And welcome, Miami Dolphins fans. This is our first ever live stream of Dolphins coverage here on Five Reasons Sports. A quick reminder here, guys. So we're not going to be doing no play-by-play, no stuff during the game. However, after every single TV timeout, halftime, and postgame, yes, this stream will be home for the Dolphins postgame show here on Five Reasons. Make sure to tune in. We'll have all types of contributors from all over our network talking about the plays and whatnot that happened before. So, kickoff roughly is around 4 minutes or so from Denver. So as soon as we're done here, I'm going to be putting on the scoring updates on this screen right here, just in case you want to watch that. And, per se, if you don't want to hear or anybody who is on the CBS broadcast, that gets you annoying per se. Quick thing though, we know that injuries are a part of the game, right? So quick prayer to Joe Burrow. He actually just tweeted out 2 minutes ago that he thanks for everybody reaching out to him and whatnot. See you next year. So, listen, injuries are part of the game, man. But we know with Tua now being part of this franchise from going forward, we don't want to see that. So, listen, just one of those things that happen, unfortunately. But, it is football, right? So we will, unfortunately, you have goods and bads or type of things. And it's just, what I'm saying? Just go out there, do what you can, and just pray for the best, obviously. Michael, any final words before we hit the stream?
Yeah, no, just excited to be here, share with all the Dolphins fans. I mean, this is going to be Dolphins-centric coverage. You're not going to hear them talk about any other teams or any other perspectives. This is just about the Dolphins, what we do, what we want to talk about. Just an open space, and definitely we're going to be more active now with questions than we are usually on post-game shows since we're giving our thoughts. So any questions that get thrown in now, definitely throw them our way when we're talking through them on TV timeouts, halftime. We'll have a much easier time addressing them on more specific plays and more specific things. So just excited to be here, excited to share this with all the Dolphins fans.
All right, guys. So the TV coverage in CBS has commenced. So we will say goodbye. But first TV, like I said, all TV timeouts and halftime will be come back with whoever is on from our Five Reasons team, and we'll break down what we just watched. We'll talk to you soon. All right. So, wow.
My prediction has already come true.
My friend
One
Lewis
Xavier
has
Howard
definitely
interception.
come. My friend Lewis over here, he called an X-Men pick. And what do we see on the first possession on defense? Pick. Welcome, Kylie. How are you? Hope all is well, guys. Thank you once again for joining us. So, Lewis, let's go right at it, man. A great read by the X-Men, reading off Locke's, I guess, his primary target. And there you go.
Yeah, already we're seeing it. The amoeba, like I love how Adam Beasley put it great. The amoeba is amoebaing already. So the Broncos offense literally has no idea what they're looking at, and I think that this is going to be a theme going on the whole game because they're going to be on their heels the whole way through if this keeps up. So I'm extremely happy. I'm not happy with Tua right now. He should have taken off and ran. That would have been a first down. He needs to be more willing to take off and run a little bit. I think that's the one thing that we need to work on with him besides his decision making.
Go ahead, Kylie.
Oh, I don't know what I was going to say. I'm just excited to be here, and I'm very excited about Xavier Howard, and I'm like 5 beers in, and it's just going really well for me. What's up, guys?
Awesome.
I love today.
Yeah, I mean that was what we talked about, right? The defense was going to have to feast. The offense is starting slow, which I'm not too surprised with, right? I mean, you got a lot of young players. It's bound to happen. Austin Jackson let Bradley Chubb in really easily. I think this makes a lot of sense as a start for the Dolphins. Are we in red zone now? Are we inside the 20 or really close to it?
Let me check. Football
definitely
right
close.
now is on the 22.
Okay, so basically the red
technically
zone.
speaking, yes.
Yeah, so basically the red zone. Yeah.
I was told today the red zone is from the 20. I thought it was from the 25.
No, it's 20.
No, it's on the 20.
It's on the 20? Oh.
Yeah, it's always been from the 20, but I mean, it's close enough. It's negligible at this point.
I don't know.
I mean, Howard. What did anybody say? Howard a multi interception day?
And we're back, folks.
We're
I
back.
said
All right,
one,
we'll see you
but
next time.
yeah.
And poor referee. All right, so we're back with another commercial break. So Sylvester Williams just went down, former Miami Dolphin for the Denver Broncos now. He was actually the one who made the stop on a couple plays now. So if he's the guy who's going to be doing all the stopping so far, well, the Dolphins just got yet another break. Also, that Tua interception, he's not having so much of a good start so far.
Yeah, no.
Like, bailed out again, man, for real. The universe itself is doing everything it can to make sure that Tua does not get that first interception of his career.
Can someone fill me in? I missed it. I had to go deal with some annoyingness.
Tua rolled to his right, tossed it to, I think Jakeem Grant was the initial target, and then the corner who was there, I can't remember what the name was, but he jumped up and he just picked off the throw in midair. Before
it wasn't an interception.
It was not an interception because the Broncos got caught for holding. So,
which was a pretty meh holding.
Yeah. If you take back like everything that has happened, I feel like Tua is technically supposed to have like five interceptions.
Yeah, by now it feels like Tua's had more interceptions than touchdowns, technically speaking. But hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That's all I'm going to say on that.
And I'm interested to see because whenever he makes a questionable throw, Gailey immediately goes back to the run. He had that throw. We've run it twice now. I just see him running it again on 3rd and 1.
It goes back to what we talked about during pregame. It's some of those throws he just has to not make those.
Yep.
You just got to either take the check down as Royal just put in the comments or just throw it away. You can't
and
make
we are back
throw.
to football. So let's see what the Dolphins can get that score here.
Wow.
That was nuts.
An impressive touchdown.
Bro.
An impressive touchdown. An impressive touchdown to go with the previous interception oops moment. So I'll say this. When Tua's on his game, that accuracy is scary. That fade pass to Devontae Parker. And again, credit to Devontae Parker because for years he was scorned and maligned by folks like me included. And holy smokes, man. He's come on strong in the last 2 years. So credit to this guy right here. Beautiful thing of beauty. All right.
Great.
So Any reactions before we get going? Because technically speaking, the game is back. I'm currently muted right now.
Well, AJ Bouye is a good player. This is a very nice catch and a very nice throw.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, but then how about the concentration of Parker making sure he gets the left foot down and drags the right? I mean, that play probably doesn't happen.
He's had a couple of those
Mhm.
recently. Like he's had a couple of like OBJ kind of throws.
But not in the Adam Gates era, obviously.
All right. So,
I'm
That's what I meant.
Didn't we just have a touchdown like that get called back last week? It was like
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
barely out.
the
what
chin
I'm
wasn't
talking
in.
about.
The
They
the
really
chin was
love
down,
that.
but no.
They really
Yeah.
love that
Last
back
time.
right fade touchdown. It's beautiful.
All right,
guys.
folks.
Let's
Game
get back to
on.
the game.
So here we are again, folks, and Drew Lock we just right off on that commercial break, we saw Drew Lock throwing himself a little temper tantrum and a replay, throwing a cup of Gatorade. It's like that's precious stuff, man. That's precious cargo. But anyway, I digress. Already the defense is proving to be, I think, a little too much for Mr. Drew Lock. This is what I was saying I think was going to happen. Locke has no idea what he's looking at with how this defense is functioning. He's that gun. In order to be a gunslinger, you have to be confident in where you're throwing the football. Drew Lock right now looks anything but. So what do you guys think about what you're seeing so far? I'm going to start with you, Kylie.
I think it's going to be really important, especially knowing that Drew Lock is not playing at 100% to put a lot of pressure on him. I think that the Dolphins are doing a great job so far. He looks very frustrated. That's exactly how they want to see him. And that's what's going to cause him to make mistakes. That's how Xavier Howard got that interception. That is going to have ripple effect throughout the entire game, especially on defense, but then getting the offense back on the field. I mean, that's what you want to see. That's how you're going to make points. So they're doing a great job so far of making this young guy look a little bit rusty right now.
Yeah, it's definitely obvious that I don't even think the ribs have anything to do with it at this point. This just looks like you see the look on his face. It's just utter confusion and frustration. He's missing throws.
He's not there mentally.
Yeah, he's not there right now. And the whole team seems like they're having miscommunications problems, because if Patrick had kept running on that route, it's very possible they could have turned that into a big play, but the dude just stopped. He thought he was supposed to be somewhere else. So that already is even more indication that these Broncos are all over the place. I think, like I said before, when I predicted, I think this game's not even going to be close. I think that the Dolphins are about to run up some scores. Now, all Tua has to do is calm himself down a little bit. He needs to be willing to. This is the thing I'm still looking for him. He needs to be willing to do it himself. Now, I'll go ahead and bring this up again because I'm not afraid to admit my own mistake. I erroneously called him a running quarterback before he came out of college because most of his highlights I had seen of him had him running with the football. Now, I don't still believe that. I don't think he's a running quarterback anymore, but he needs to be able to run. He needs to be willing to run. Get those yards yourself if you have to. Maybe that's the one thing that Fitzpatrick hasn't taught him yet. It's like, dude, sometimes you just got to keep it and go.
I have a question. Why do you guys think that is? Because I feel like we've seen him use his legs before, and it doesn't seem to be the hip so much that's worrying him. So what's the reason?
Not only that, but he did it in I think it was the Cardinals game as well.
Yeah.
Like
We'll
the
have to
Cardinals
find
game,
that.
he had a couple of huge runs.
Well, versus Kyler
We'll have
Murray.
to answer that question later.
Different.
Game on.
Yeah,
all right,
but
folks.
Take us out, guys. Just some technical difficulties.
So we have 30 seconds before the game kicks back into gear. So let's just get in a quick comment. Random comment from Kai. Go. Never mind. Kai's eating something. Mike, go.
Ahmed's out.
Yeah.
Not
So
as well.
Ahmed got injured.
There's a shoulder injury to Savon Ahmed. So we're gonna have to see more of Matt Breida today. Maybe we'll see some more Patrick Laird.
Oh, you're gonna miss Jordan Howard.
No, I don't think we're gonna miss Jordan Howard at all. All right.
Just as the Eagles fan.
What?
Yeah, no, not at all. Not even close. Not even a little bit. Sorry. Not gonna miss him.
Nah, he's just upset that the Giants are about to take the lead of the NFC East.
All right, so Broncos back in. Let's go.
The dance. Is that a 5 beers in dance?
She's a 6 beers in.
All right, guys. So we saw the Denver Broncos go right down the field. A couple of third down conversions here and there. Obviously, not what you wanted out of your defense. But listen, you got to give Locke credit, right? Bad ribs, bad leg, but still able to rush for that first down.
Yep. Malcolm Perry had a really bad, not Malcolm Perry. The defensive back had a really bad angle on that run by Locke. And the defense just looks, I mean, maybe they're just a little tired being out there. They've been out there basically the whole game so far, right? The offense hasn't really sustained any drives longer than maybe like 6 plays, which was that one drive that we scored on from the 22. So the defense just looks kind of tired. Kylie, Ethan, what do you guys think?
Well, they shouldn't be tired in the first quarter, I would hope. I understood it. Hi, guys. I understood it after 93 snaps at home a couple of weeks ago, but for this particular one, I don't know. I mean, they got to the defense has been so good this year, but they're aggressive, right? They're aggressive. And so they're going to give up some plays, and they got gashed a little bit on that drive. But it was a strong run by Locke, no doubt. I mean, just watching earlier, to me, you're seeing the Dolphins. To me, I thought they were blitzing less actually in this game, or at least the blitzes are not quite as exotic as they've been in previous games. But I think on that drive, it caught them a little bit. So, but they're fine. They're fine. I mean, I think that, they need to be able to sustain something on the ground. If they can sustain anything on the ground, then that'll rest the defense. And that's just been the one thing this year that other than, hasn't happened consistently. I mean, they had a little bit kind of in sort of 2.5 games where they've been able to run the ball, but they have not been able to run the ball consistently. Yep. So that, to me, that's the big thing.
Kylie?
Yeah, no, I would agree with Ethan. I also think Ethan needs to take more vacations and stop being on these streams.
Would you stop it? I'm actually just deciding right now because I just got the form to fill out by tomorrow on whether or not I'm covering the game next Sunday.
Oh, you know what you should do, Ethan? You should take a little vacation.
Really? Are you paying for it? No, you're not.
Yeah. I'm sure we could rustle up some money. You know what? I think that I've made you some money. Okay. I'd like to say that. I think that's a true statement.
This is great.
So,
this is on-side radio / Dolphins coverage.
I just got a notice that my daughter's school's being shut down for COVID. So the whole vacation thing for me, probably not happening for a little bit.
Well, you know what? Here's new argument.
Game coverage is back. Game coverage is back. We'll see you in the next break.
All right.
I'll talk to you, Ethan.
Yeah, offline.
All right, guys. So end
Oh.
of one, tied at 7.
Yep.
Not the responding offensive drive you'd wanted, right? But again, the Denver defense is nothing to be shellacked about, I guess, per se. But listen, when this offense needs to somehow get it going, right? If not, it's gonna be a long day in Denver.
Yeah, the interior of that offensive line really crumbled on that sack that they allowed to Tua. They just kind of came in, pushed their way through. They've been kind of having their way with the offensive line so far today. In the past game, our pass blocking has not been very good. As you can see, Tua is usually having to scramble, work outside of the pocket, make something happen. And I think that's why he's throwing a lot of those deep throws. But Kylie, you first. What do you think is going on after that first quarter?
Really quickly, I just want to bring up this comment from Mr. Todd Miller. Okay, that's fine. That's all I'm going to say.
We have Super Chat on, so there's a way to prove that, right? He can prove this, Todd.
Yeah,
so.
Todd,
start the fun.
No, Todd, send me money, and then I'll decide how to allocate it. Okay. I think I need it more than Ethan, but
we have no Ethan sound.
Good. Okay, even better. So I'm alone in my apartment. I'm alone in my apartment. I'm a little bit drunk, and Jason Sanders obviously was not on the field for that because that would have been like a 100-yard field goal. But I'm in my apartment. I'm like, just put Jason Sanders on. Why not? He could do it. If anyone can do it, Jason Sanders could. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if you want to come to me for much more analysis.
We'll give it to Ethan and his sound.
Is my volume back?
There we go.
Guys,
start the fun for his vacation and for some audio, please.
Ethan,
the first thing is that comment. No, sorry, Kai, no. That comment said, "I'll pay Ethan to go away." It did not say, "I'll pay Kylie for Ethan going away." That's a very different thing. So that's not
Todd. If you're here, I need a new comment from you, Mr. Miller.
No, that's it. That one stands. As far as the first quarter goes, to me, you mentioned this, Michael, the pressure in the middle of the offensive line. This says what I've noticed here in Tua's starts is the issue for the Dolphins offensive line is not so much the pressure off the edge. It's the pressure up the middle. It's basically forcing him to take a step back and then kind of reset. They got to clean that up. Now, I don't know if Kinley's still hurt because, he's had some trouble today too. But the middle of that offensive line is struggling a little bit. Right. I mean, again, right now, you're looking at the stats here. The Dolphins had 30 total yards in the first half. Tua 2 of 6 for 16 yards. Now, the one of the completions was gorgeous. I mean, the pass to Parker was a beautiful throw. But that's what this feels like to me. And it's funny because CK's talked about this. It's like they're trying to follow kind of the Patriots 2001 script with Brady, where it's just like the defense holds you down, and then Tua just makes kind of some surgical throws to keep drives alive, and then the big throws near the end zone. But the problem with that is the Patriots had a running game that year. Antoine Smith gave them a little bit of a running game. If the Dolphins don't have a running game, it's hard for Tua to play off of that. And so I think that's been an issue. Game's back. We got to go. We'll be back again.
All right, guys, we are back. It's safe to say that Vic Fangio definitely has Tua confused. And when you can create pressure with four-man fronts, with the fronts that the Broncos have, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult, especially if you can't run the football. So we can possibly say that for the first time in Tua's tenure as quarterback, him and Shangeli are going to have to come up with some type of adjustments because if not, it might be a long, long day for this Dolphin offense.
Yep. Yeah, the pass protection's been bad.
Bad.
I don't know what to say. It's weird. We haven't seen the offensive line play this poorly all season, right? We've been harping on ESPN commentators don't know what they're talking about. Our offensive line is playing decent, and now it's like, well, what's going on?
Yeah.
Right?
I guess overall, for the first time, you can see that the offensive line is looking slow. Their first step is already the Broncos' third step.
Yep.
And that's something that has to be fixed. Kylie.
Oh God, you're coming to me
Punt.
for now.
Jason Sanders.
I'm here. I just think that Jason Sanders should kick everything. I think that sometimes, you don't make the third down conversion, and then it's just Jason Sanders time, no matter what. Every time, no matter where you are in the field, it's Jason Sanders time. Outside of that, on a more serious note, I think Tua looks a little shaky. He looks like, he's been put under some pressure. He looks like he's also making some questionable.
Yep.
Well, and he is. So everybody,
I know. I'm just saying.
Be nice to him. I literally, look, I'm sitting here on the break thinking that, like, I don't, this is a controversial opinion to put it forth to a group of men, but I don't like many men. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I bet Tua would be really nice to me, like, just as a person. And I think that we should all be very nice to him.
Okay, hey,
that's my analysis.
Can you call up Vic Fangio and tell him that too?
Yeah, that's sexist, Vic Fangio. Yeah. Against your own kind.
He probably hates Tua because Tua likes women. What a jerk.
Hi, quickly.
Can we do this every week? And can Kylie just get drunk every week? That's my analysis. Just get a drunk Kylie.
Every week.
All I said is Tua's looking like a rookie quarterback, and I understand.
No, he is. One of the things, though, I think that we all need to remember is just look at your TL right now, and some of those Dolphins people that you've seen that have been very ecstatic over the past few weeks. Watch their tweets because I've already seen a couple who are turning very, very quickly after a few drives on Tua and this team in general. So all I would say is look at your TL because you'll see some fakes up in the air.
And if you catch some fake fans, call them out.
Group on Alf.
Yeah.
Game's back.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you after the defensive possession. All right, guys, we are back. Huge stop by the Dolphins defense after giving up it was a weird long play, right? Because you had a couple guys there in the vicinity and just, they couldn't get their heads turned around. But huge third down stop there, and the Broncos just add on a field goal. So that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play by Kyle Van Noy at the time we needed
Absolutely.
it. That was a perfect example of bend, don't break. And that one long pass is really the problem with that drive, right? Very weird to see all of our guys standing right in front of the pass, having that whole second level open, which the Dolphins defense doesn't usually allow passes there, right? Like it's either a short quick on a cover zero where he just beats the guy right away, or it's something deep. Weird to see that, but I think the defense is allowing some things that we don't expect. But the offense needs to sustain some drives. Like this comes down to the offense. We should have more than 7 points by now. Kai, what do you think? We'll let Kai continue to think about Sanders.
It's the same issues that we were talking about with the offense in terms of, and I know Ethan mentioned it, they shouldn't be tired. At least the defense coming to first quarter now, deep into the second. But it's just like the offense can't sustain drives, and when the offense can't sustain drives, the defense is going to be out there for so long that you can't just be expecting them to, keep on the performances that they've been putting on for the past several weeks. If you can't get them going, then what are you going to do?
Okay, but to be fair, it's not like we're in the fourth quarter of a game here.
Yeah, no.
I want to see more from this defense. I'm a little bit disappointed in them. Other than Xavier Howard, I don't really see anyone. Maybe okay, and Kyle Van Noy. We'll give Kyle Van Noy, and I'm sure my man Agba is out here trying his best. But I want to see more. I want to see sacks. I want to see pressures. I want to see when you pressure Drew Lock. When you forget Drew Lock. When the Dolphins pressure quarterbacks, they are an elite team.
Yeah.
When they don't pressure quarterbacks, they suck.
Yep.
Like that is the key to winning games for the Miami Dolphins. If you had to put it down to one thing, that's what it is. So I want to see pressure on Drew Lock, and they should be pressuring him. He's a baby. He's a little baby, and I don't understand why he's not on his back every single play.
They don't seem to be blitzing as much today.
Yeah,
like they did really early on, but then this last few drives they've been
rattled,
faking a blitz, send 4, and then just playing a zone. I'm like, just send the pressure.
So one quick thing before we go that I've noticed, every single pass that Locke has been able to complete, the defensive scheme before on that line of scrimmage was no pressure. So basically, I don't know if they're trying to get them confused or whatever it is, but it's quite obvious. When the Dolphins can't stop them good on first or second down, they're not coming with that exotic blitz look on third down.
The interception wasn't on a blitz. I think that's part of it. The interception was on what looked like a blitz, and then they dropped back. So they're like, oh, it'll work, and now it's not. So
now it's not. So all right, guys, we'll talk to you right after this possession here. All right, guys, we're back.
Man,
Dolphins actually have to end up settling right instead of getting that touchdown.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, that was
that sack though is on Tua, but at the same time, he's trying to look through his progressions, trying to see if somebody's open on third down. As a rookie, I don't blame him for that. Just one of those things that if he's at the 30 and that happens back at the 40, you kind of put your field goal kicker in a tough thing. But it was great to see he's looking for Parker, which we all know is his guy. Grant as well got involved. Ahmed had an amazing run, which is supposed to be the inside, bounced it out. That was great to see. And Perry finally gets in the action there. I know somewhere in the world, wherever Alf is, he's excited because he's been wanting to see Perry on the field, right? So
yeah. I mean, the Dolphins, like Gailey specifically, did something this drive that I don't know if it was just Tua not taking it, and that was what was called early on, or if it was very intentional this drive, which was the quick short passes. Right, get him in rhythm, get him those quick outs, 4 yards to Gesicki. Another 4-yard pass to Gesicki that he made 8, a quick turnaround to Parker, a quick slant to Parker, get the ball out of his hands quickly, get him in a rhythm, and then let him throw deep. And you can see whenever Tua was getting out of the pocket, he just wanted to sling it down the field to start the game, right? He kept looking for Grant deep, something more than like 15, 20 yards, settle him down, get some rhythm going. That last play was unfortunate, but considering our wide receivers haven't been great about getting separation, I'm not so sure anybody was open. So if it's sack or interception, I'm fine with the sack getting us the field goal. So,
sure. Kylie.
Yes. Oh. No, I'm good. No, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, no, I think Chan Gill is doing a great job getting Tua settled in. Just quick like slant passes or something that I think that is really important. I mean, excuse me, I was gonna use a curse word. But F it, just run a 2-minute drill for all I care. If it's gonna get the job done, right? Go no huddle, see what happens. That's what I would do right now to get something going right now. I mean, honestly, to be fair, they got the field goal. That's fine. They're tied. But it's not a very exciting game right now. And I'd like to see Tua do a little bit better or the offense do a little bit better, just generally.
Kai, quick thought, and then Lewis, take us out.
Offense did exactly what we talked about out of the last break, is they needed to get a drive going and kind of control the game a little bit, at least, get something going. They were able to do that. Quick passes, as Michael said, being able to get Tua in rhythm, Ahmed being able to get some nice runs off. So at least they got him back in the game and got the offense going a little bit.
All right, so game's back on, so we need to get back in the game. Hopefully the defense can do some holding up here, and we can make it so that the Miami Dolphins will actually be able to move on here and get some momentum going here.
All right, it is halftime. All I gotta say is that was to me a game-winning, well, not game-winning, a touchdown-saving tackle by Sealer, right? Is that how you pronounce his name? Sealer.
Zach Sealer. Yep.
My goodness, if Gordon gets that outside shoulder in the angle of the end zone, I think it's over. But wow, that to me is huge. You only force him for a field goal, but still giving up another third and long is unacceptable. And on that drive, you saw they were going after Nick Needham. They went at Howard. Howard punched the ball out with such a stud that he is on friggin' Judy, and then the next two passes were right at Nick Needham without question.
Nick Needham had a pretty good coverage play, like right before though, right? Because he had the breakup right before Howard did. I mean, the route with Judy,
like it's kind of, and it's also visible that they're going after Hamler over the middle.
Yep, and they're not throwing, at Jones. They threw at Jones once, then he stopped him for 1 yard. I mean, it's unfortunate that they got the field goal. That long pass to Judy was really what made that happen. But I think the defense is going to find a way to tighten up, and they'll be fine. You saw they were showing that 8-man front line there for those last couple of plays. And yes, the run by Gordon almost got the first down, but it didn't. I think if they have that front confuse him more continually in the second half, the defense will be fine. But Lewis,
I feel like that if anything, they're being too conventional. Like all of a sudden, everything that was making the defense great, they've stopped doing it. They have decided that they're not going to blitz Drew Lock. They are not going to make things confusing. They've been pretty much conventional. They've been sending Lawson, they've been sending Ogba, letting Sealer and Davis do their thing. Linebackers are covering, the corners are in coverage, doing what a normal, boring defense would do. And I think that they're being punished for it. If the Dolphins are going to get back in this game, which there's still plenty of football left. The Broncos are only up 3, so it's not a big deal right now. But they have to get back to doing what they were doing. They have to force Drew Lock to make bad decisions because that's what got them going in the first place. They cannot play scared. They have to trust that Howard and Jones can keep these guys off balance. And if Nick Needham gets beat once or twice, it's going to happen. It's going to happen because even with the coverage that they're trying to put out there right now, they're still getting beat just by raw speed alone. So your best shot is, quite frankly, to just go after him and hope that by doing so, Locke will make some bad throws, and that way the Dolphins can actually try to take advantage of mistakes rather than giving Locke time to lock and load, so to speak, and find his guy anyway with his feet under him as proper. So, and let's not in the offense. That's a different story altogether. I'll go ahead and let someone else talk about that.
Kai, you want to take it?
I guess it's just disappointing. I mean, I think we saw in that last drive that they were starting to get things a little bit going, which is nice. I think that we are all, a little bit overreacting a little bit, though. I think, I caught myself after that one situation. I think we all have to kind of remember, like, all right, we're gonna, this game right now is not great. Obviously, you're losing. The defense is giving up some plays that they shouldn't have, and that they haven't in recent weeks. And when early on they were going to their normal schemes that they've been doing, normal plays that they've been running all year, and then they've been kind of getting off of that, which has been a little bit interesting. And you saw that Drew Lock and their offense was starting to lock in a little bit, so to speak. And then of course Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon have been getting random just bursts of runs that obviously haven't been great, but then they've also been getting negative plays. I was going to mention on that, if you need to put Robert Hunt in, put Robert Hunt in. If you got to take out Solomon Kinley, if you have to take
Kinley's hurt.
Yeah, like if you have to take out Jesse Davis, just one of them, if you got to take him out, just take him out at this point. But I'm not necessarily worried, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that at the end of the day, the Dolphins will win this game. I think it just comes down to the fact that once it's all said and done, I think they'll have the win, and they'll be going into next week's game against the Jets with, even though it's the Jets, a lot to look at to improve, because they know that once it gets to the playoffs, teams are going to be looking at this game, and that's the game that they're going to want to watch a lot on, how they disrupted Tua in the offense, how they were able to get the offensive line to really just not perform well, and then also on defense, how they were able to, get the Dolphins defense to not do a good job in what they've been doing all season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, it's quite clear that on first down on offense, it needs to be much better. These shotgun runs, listen, you've tried that twice, 3 times. It didn't get you anywhere, really. I'm not sure if you're trying to keep the defense honest or whatnot, but the best runs you had was the outside run. Well, not even outside runs where, Ahmed, he had to bounce it out, and then he had that lifelong run per se, right? But of course, a quarterback's best friend, especially rookie, is when you have a running game. And when your offensive line is not being able to pass block a 3 or 4 man front, especially against the Broncos, you can't run the football. As the game goes on, I'm pretty sure I'm hoping that Chan Gailey is able to call plays in order to move the football down the field, not these screens, not to protect Tua. We need to see this young man in adversity per se, right? I'm not saying that to be down by 2 touchdowns, but it's time for him to let it rip. It's time for him to go out there and be the guy that we all know he can be. Don't cuddle him. Don't do, like I said, these shotgun runs and whatnot. That, again, to me personally, is to keep it honest. But listen, you need to win this game, right? Without a shadow of a doubt. You need to be at 7 wins, right behind Buffalo per se, and it's a great opportunity because New England once again lost again today, right? The Jets are not going to do anything. It's between you and Buffalo, okay? You have one of the most greatest opportunities in a long time in this fan base's era to be able to be up there. Let it loose. It's okay.
Not only that, but
the
Ravens lost, which helps you in the playoff picture.
Yeah.
It moves you up in the playoff picture because of that right now. And then I'm glad you brought that up. That's what Joe Shad put up. I know I've been on it, but at some point, I mean, put him out there. See if you can do something. At least give him a couple plays.
I'll say this though. I think expecting to let it rip and it be a big success and a big, he's gonna push us down the field in like 2 or 3 passes and it's gonna be great. I think that's what got us in trouble to start with, right? I think that's what he was trying to do. I mean, you saw Tua at the beginning of the game, every time he rolled out of the pocket or he got in trouble, he saw Grant's downfield, I'm just going to chuck it. And he just threw it up there. And they weren't that accurate. It just wasn't, right? He needs to throw that a little bit better, which I think comes down to him getting some more reps with Grant, getting some more synergy with him. But I just feel like we need to keep what we were doing going on that one drive that got us a field goal, right? The quick outs, quick short passes, get those going, and that will open up the deep pass. He'll get more comfortable to do the deep pass then. But I mean, like you said, too, the running game, you take out that 14-yard run, Ahmed's at 2.5 yards a carry. He's at exactly 2.5 yards a carry, and that's not good enough. But I think
right now he has 11 carries for only 39 yards. And real quick, that until he's 8 for 15 for 56 yards and 1 touchdown. Yeah. And let's not forget, most of those completions came in that field goal drive.
Yeah.
So those are things, again, and also when you go back to the defense, I mean, come on, like you can't be giving Gordon, when you miss the first tackle and you don't wrap these guys up, and Lindsey and Gordon, these guys have legs like freaking logs, man. You need to be able to bring them down because
some of these guys you can't be letting Byron Jones be the guy that's making the big tackle instead of some of our other players that should be making those tackles. I mean, Byron Jones and Zach Sealer are made the 2, I guess, best tackles on that drive. And it sucks because, I feel like throughout the game, Nick Needham wasn't playing bad. Then he had that really nice pass breakup, and then they just went attack, just like that. And it was like, well, damn. It's like the things that he had been doing nice all game because he'd been having a good game. And then they just attacked him, Jerry Jeudy, and then tried to get Hamler down the sideline. I just, again, I'm not necessarily worried about the game. At the end of the day, I think the Dolphins are going to win it. I don't think that this is going to hold, at least for the Broncos. It's just right now, obviously, you have some things that you're worried about. But again, these are still things that we might be in week 11 of the season. And, obviously, that's you're near the end. You're getting to the finish line. But I think a lot of fans need to realize, again, one, as we mentioned before, we've way past what we were supposed to be at right now in terms of expectation. Yes, that means our expectations are going to get higher, and we're going to want to see more, as you mentioned, Michael, in the pregame. But we have to remember that we got to stay calm. It's 13-10. Yes, the Broncos are going to get the ball after half. If there's anyone I trust enough to get those halftime adjustments down, it's going to be Brian Flores, and I think he's going to be able to bring it for the defense, and I think the offense will get it together, and I think we saw it with that field goal drive. There's a couple things that didn't go their way, some pressures, some bad passes, the sack obviously hurt, but I think it's great. On the playoff front, just to touch on it really quick, the Ravens loss did very much help us today. However, the only issues here are if the Dolphins do find a way to lose this game and the Raiders don't lose, I believe it would be that way, and the Colts somehow win against the Packers, it would make things a lot harder for the Dolphins if some of these teams continue to get some wins. Right now, you're fighting with the Ravens as well, but you're fighting with the Colts, Raiders, and Browns, and I guess Titans as well for those spots. So it's just you're in a fight right now.
Yeah.
The best thing that the Dolphins can do on offense, and I'm going to harp on this because this is the one thing I've been saying for a while, and I think that all NFL offenses need to be able to have this capability in today's day and age. And I'm going to say it again because I'm tired of not seeing it. This is the one thing Ryan Fitzpatrick was willing to do that Tua does not seem willing to. He needs to take off and run. Seriously. Because every time a quarterback decides he's going to keep it himself, the defense gets thrown off. We already saw it with the fact that Drew Lock on bruised ribs and not nearly as fast as Tua is, I'm willing to bet, has more rushing yards than Tua does in this game, even though Tua has an ample opportunity to do so. That's not okay with me.
Yeah.
It's not. Tua needs to run because that is going to keep the defense honest. That will open things up because then the defense has to cheat and make sure that somebody is watching Tua to make sure he doesn't get the yards by himself. That will open things up a little bit better. The Broncos and no other team are scared of the Dolphins' conventional running game. Nobody. So they need to find a way to, again, make some rushing yards, even if it's not hand the ball off to Savon Ahmed, hand the ball off to Matt Breida or whoever else you want to put behind there. No shotgun handoffs, no slam it up the middle. Do what they're not expecting you to do. For whatever reason, that is run with Tua. I get it. You're worried about the hip. If that's the case, fine, I get it. But you put him out there to take those hits, you have to be willing to take the hits. I'd rather he get hit going forward than going backward.
Right, but are you really expecting, and sorry to cut you off, man, but are you really expecting, some of these runs like Fitzpatrick? Are you kidding me? Fitzpatrick's putting his body on the line out there. And
I don't need him to dive forward and take hits. I need him to show that, hey, you have to watch for me because you can't just sit back there and wait for me to throw the football. That first drive where he could have gotten the first down all by himself and he decided instead to toss it a yard behind the line of scrimmage. He didn't need to do that. He needs to take it and go. And either he's scared or he's been told not to. Either way, it's not okay. If the Dolphins are going to get some momentum on offense, I think Tua has to do it himself and not necessarily with his arms.
I think the offensive line has to get together first. I think the offensive line needs to really figure something out and tighten up because he's been pressured way more here than he has been at all this season.
That
and you can see he's uncomfortable.
Even more imperative.
No, sure, right.
But even in some of the situations
when they're blitzing him up the middle, he can't break. Some of those times where he was pressured, he can't run out of that. Like they're on him, and if he goes out another way, they're just going to sack him for another couple of yards, to the right or left. I think offensive line has to be the number one thing, and I think the offensive line playing as poorly as it has is the number one reason why the offense hasn't been able to get into the rhythm. And if Kindley being out, which is going to put either Davis inside and Hunt outside or Hunt inside, which I think it's going to be Hunt at right tackle. I think that will help alleviate some problems, and I think we'll see a different offense in the second half.
I hope so.
Kai, real quick before we head back, I think what Lewis is referring to is those type of runs that he did against Arizona. Where the pocket was collapsing, and he knew, it's time for me to either step it up, make a play outside of it, or run with it. I call that the Russell Wilson effect. Why? Because he's one of the best ones to extend plays. We're not asking to extend the play. We're saying if the play is there for you to be made to run it, all you got to do is, slide. If you slide and you get hit, guess what? It's a 15-yard penalty either way on them.
Also, if you're going to use – I'll also say this before we go because the game's on now. If you're going to use misdirection with Grant and them, you got to give the ball to Grant and let Tua run sometimes because that stops fooling people when every single time it goes to the running back. All right.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you after the first break. Wow.
Big stop by the Dolphins defense
Man,
there.
wow. Bend but don't break, baby.
Yeah,
Yep.
seriously. Brandon Jones came
Met him.
charging in there, man.
Mhm.
And
Absolutely.
I'm surprised that the referees took so long to actually go ahead and stop that call dead. But
that took
you know what?
forever.
But in all honesty, again, Dolphins defense coming up big. Now it's up to the offense to actually go ahead and make something happen here. I see Kai is here in spirit, kind of, sort of.
Charging my camera.
Charging his camera. Kai, you need to have like an actual picture of
Here's
yourself
the
that you
thing.
can put up here when you have to go like this.
Do that? Is there like a profile? Can I like? Oh, yo. Well, all right,
There you
I'm
go.
gonna figure this
No, go
out.
back. The other one looked like Kai. It looked like Kai. Yeah, that's him.
Is that Kai right there? He's a little on the crazy side there. I'm sure there is a way. There's no way there isn't one.
There
That
is,
was
there
a
is,
that was a
there
big
is.
that was a big stop for the Dolphins. I think that is a huge momentum swing for a defense that really
Kai needs to
needed
look like you.
something.
All right, fine. Hold on.
Where is that? Jarvis Landry? Oh,
No,
Brandon
that's Brandon
Roberts.
Roberts,
I'm about
who
to
just
say.
made the stop.
Exactly. That's why.
That was Roberts. I thought it was Brandon Jones who jumped up in there.
Brandon Jones too. That was a fumble. TBH.
By the way, that's definitely 3 points right there that were automatic for Denver.
Yeah,
Brandon McManus is automatic. I don't understand why they didn't do that. Honestly.
So
The
yeah,
offense wanted to go for it. I mean,
yeah, Drew Lock was saying, "Let's do it." Now, I think Vic Fangio is going to be like, "We're done listening to you, kid. It's
Yep.
going to be me
No,
from now on."
Great aggression, but like,
No,
come on,
yeah,
man.
listen, I would have done the same thing. I would have said, "Go for it, absolutely." But
what are they playing
Again,
for? What are they playing for?
pride,
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like you don't have anything to lose, so go for it.
like I said, as far as I'm concerned, that was really close. For a second, I thought they were going to make it because I had not seen the Dolphins make a stop on the run for a while. But hey, you know what? Again, big time stop by the Dolphins defense. Now we're back into the game, so it's time for the offense to get something going here. So if Tua needs to run, please.
This is Tua time.
This is Tua time.
Woo.
Not pretty. Not pretty at
Yeah,
all.
guys. It might be a long day when you see your linemen or plus linemen are falling to the ground and 1 second after the snap. That's not good.
Yeah,
Yep.
no.
Yeah, the offensive line is really going to have to get something going here. Otherwise, this game is pretty much not going to go anywhere. Again, I still feel like that there needs to be some designed runs. I feel like that there needs to be some trickery going on here where the trickery part of it actually happens at this point. Either Tua has to do it himself and catch the defense off guard, or
It's a great picture, Manny.
it's
a great picture. I don't know what you want from me.
I don't know what's worse, the Dolphins offense or this picture.
I took it after recording a 5 Reasons video. I was like, well, here we go. Great picture. I don't know what you want from
I
me.
mean, it's him, so there you go.
Reaction. By the way, guys, I don't know if you've noticed this, but we have some type of stuff going on our chat.
Why did you mention it? Why did you mention it? You have to leave it. You have to leave
guys,
it.
We are a Dolphins streaming stuff. I mean, listen, it's fine if you guys want to talk within each other, but try to keep it football, please. Thank you.
Yeah, this seems a little creepy-ish here.
I left it on the private.
This kind of feels like
Oh,
yeah,
no, I'm reading it right now.
Yeah, y'all.
I
y'all
read
gonna
it
get us
didn't
flagged
comment.
for like.
Why did you mention it? You should have just left it, bro. You
God.
should have said nothing.
This is okay. No, you know what? This is like when we would get on like the Heat Postgame shows,
I put them both on
and
timeout.
somebody would be like,
I
"I just love Kylie's
Good
glasses."
job,
And
producer
I was
Manny.
like, "That's a porn thing. Like that's
What?
great. Yeah."
Wow, like not even trying to hide it. It's just straight
Right.
up like this is what we're doing here. 5 Reasons does not condone
this
sort of behavior.
We're doing a super great job, guys.
On another note, the Broncos are over 100 yards rushing. So there you go. And we're not even halfway through the third.
Yeah, this is not good. The Dolphins offense has to. They need to do some of those reverses and actually let Grant have the ball once in a while. Because again, the defense knows what's coming. There's no surprise. There's no shock. There's no nothing. They know it's there, and they're just going to do it. If you're going to have Grant running around the end as the snap goes, then you need to actually let him have the ball every once in a while. Otherwise, this is just going to stay the same predictable stuff.
I'm gonna put some positivity. Dolphins defense about to get a great stop. Offense will score a touchdown right after.
Here's hoping.
Let's put some positivity in the air, guys.
Okay.
It's my fault. I got sober, guys. My bad.
Talk to you guys after a Dolphins touchdown defensively.
There you go. All right.
What
All right, guys. It's not pretty right now. The Dolphins defense has finally bent so far that they're starting to break. So, and that right side of the defense has been vulnerable all game long. I don't know why that's such a weak spot for them today. They seem to have found the sweet spot of our defense. So now,
I mean, Lewis, when you kind of look at it, they know how to push in Van Noy, right, where he can't get to the outside. They tried doing it on the Van Ginkel side. He did a great job.
Great job.
Just making sure that Van had no arms around him, just took him off the side and was able to make that tackle. After that, they said, "Screw this. We're just going to continue to run to the right side. We're going to continue to pull, the left guard. And hey, if 2 holes are there, so be it." And you saw they're all going to the outside. What happened on this touchdown? Inside gap, wide open on the right side. So eventually the Dolphins are going to have to come in with one more man inside and either come in with some stunts or some slants up front, because whatever they're doing right now, the Broncos in the trenches, offensively and defensively, is taking over.
yeah, it's not good right now. I'm just trying to figure out what is it that the Dolphins can do at this point to try to mitigate this problem. Obviously, the amoeba has been apparent. I thought for sure the amoeba would not be figured out this quickly, but I guess Vic Fangio, being the defensive coach that he has managed to find the chink in the armor, so to speak. I'm also wondering if maybe the Dolphins are actually just really missing Christian Wilkins that badly. That
I was going to mention that. I think you can see it on the defense that they definitely do miss him.
But it's like Raekwon Davis has been playing well, and that's the thing that gets me, is that if it's really the fact that Wilkins is missing, then why is it that Davis is starting to show up and make stuff happen? So is it that we're just soft up front all over again, that once again we just do not have the strength and the bulk to get this done? It feels like this has been a problem for the Dolphins for a long time now, is that they just don't have any strength. And now we got to get back game on after. I mean,
Never mind.
Go quickly, Kylie, go.
No, it's fun. We'll be back. I have more things to say.
So Dolphins had a shot there. Tua finally decided he needed to do something with his legs, and it was going to pay off. And then Austin Jackson gets called for holding.
That was a horrible holding call. But that was a horrible holding call.
I haven't seen the replay yet.
Great acting by the by the defensive lineman. That was a horrible call.
Well, where's Kylie? Because she had stuff she wanted to say.
That's an awful call. That's an awful call.
I don't even remember what I had to say at this point. I'm a little disappointed, finding it difficult to be positive. But you know what? Okay, I want to say that Devontae Parker has had a couple of very, very beautiful acrobatic catches. Obviously, over the last couple of weeks, I'm talking about his touchdown pass that was called back last week, and then he had a couple today that were just absolutely fantastic, and this last one that was just called back. It's unfortunate that he can't seem to get his feet in bounds, or he just can't. They were obviously incomplete for a reason, and it's frustrating to see because otherwise they're beautiful Odell Beckham Jr. like catches. But he's obviously the greatest receiver that they have on this team, possibly with the exception of Preston Williams, but he obviously is not playing now, so it's just frustrating to see things not coming together for the Fins.
I mean, and the Dolphins keep getting these little breaks to keep the drives going, right? Like that was a very nice catch and throw on the Callaway reception. But
that was Kai's
yeah, but I mean that was a bailout on what was already turning out to be a bad drive. What was looking like a really bad start to the drive, right?
Hey,
Ahmed with the bad drop, and Tua and Grant do not seem on the same page today at all.
Not at all. Not at all.
Just I don't know what happened between last week and this week, but they cannot connect, and that needs to get fixed.
It feels like Tua.
Manny, you're muted.
No, I mean, listen, it's Vic Fangio, bro. I mean, the guy, he's a defensive coach, first of all. So I have looked at twice the last two times Tua has gone deep to Grant, and obviously Grant's behind at least 5 or 10 yards from where the ball lands, right? But I can only see that the cornerback as well as they're just jamming him at the line of scrimmage, and Grant's not being able to get some release at all. And when he finally does, he is so far out where the ball's getting thrown, it's already 5-10 yards away from him. I mean, it's just a great defensive scheme, man. But let's see rollouts. Let's see more quick passing games.
Yeah.
Games back
much better on the rollout. On the rollout, he's so much better.
Rollout, I'm saying, like we've seen maybe one or two. That's about it. I mean, listen, like he's lefty. Do something with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, do something that this defense of the Broncos can back off of, because right now they feel confident. Right? Because besides that touchdown that the Dolphins got from a pick, haven't done anything on offense.
Hey, this has the workings of a big comeback. Yeah. We're already national news. If we make this comeback, we're gonna stay there.
All right, here we go. Yeah,
So-
at this point, you're gonna have to leave in Mike Gesicki. Look at me, Mike Gesicki, or whatever tight end you put on that side, man, to control Chubb. Because if not, man, I didn't like the way Tua landed there, and I'm not ready to see this. I'm not ready.
These stunts are destroying the
My
Dolphins'
goodness,
offensive line, just like
the entire offensive line is half a step slow. I have no idea what's coming.
yeah, it's not good. They're just being outcoached. Seriously, the Miami Dolphins offensive line. We knew that this was going to happen at some point. It's a young line. They're still trying to develop. But if we're being real, stunts have been a problem for the Dolphins offensive line for years now. Whenever they talk about how they're getting to the quarterback all the time, it's the back that, oh, they're running this stunt, they're running that stunt. Guys are being thrown off their game. Guys are rushing from different angles and getting everybody all messed up. That's what's happening all game, because if you have 5 offensive linemen and they can rush 4 and they get a free rusher, then who exactly are you blocking that you're left all by yourself? Right. That doesn't make any sense. That means that it's not that they're slow, it's that they're not smart enough. Seriously, they're not prepared, they're not ready for it. If you should, there's no excuse for them to run a 4-man rush and a guy goes in untouched. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're JJ Watt. There is no excuse for you to be able to go in there untouched if there are more blockers than there are rushers.
Yeah. What they did was
fine, but still.
What it looked like they did was, I mean, Chubb gave one deep shove to Jackson, and then the guy that was right there just ran right into Jackson. And who's our guard on that side? Flowers. Flowers has had his worst game as a Dolphin, just hands down.
The entire offensive line has had
sure, but Flowers was one of the guys that you felt like you could count on week in, week out. He was playing well since the start of the season, and today he's been just a revolving door.
No, for sure. It's been an overall bad game preparation for this game last week.
Is it that, or is it just like, I mean, it seems to me like it's just straight up getting out coached. Also, Lewis, I don't know if that's your dad telling you to smile, but he didn't say it to anyone else, and I hated it. But I'm just saying that it's like it's really honestly quite embarrassing for this Dolphins offensive line. I'm embarrassed. And Mina Kimes was right, guys. Colin, you were talking trash. Need to apologize.
Yeah, but it's only one game, but yeah.
Game on. Let's go.
All right.
All right, so Dolphins about to get the ball back. What is it that they need to do at this point if they're going to get anywhere? Is there anything that they can do that might have a shot at working, that they can get some momentum?
Quick offense. You got to go no huddle. You got to score quickly, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown. Because yes, touchdown is going to be better than a field goal. But you get down the field, you score as quickly as you can. You get back out there, you make another defensive stop.
Right, but getting down the field is the problem. So what strategy do they use? The Broncos 3 straight runs, they're already going into their run the clock down offense.
Roll them out. Put two outside the pocket. Roll them out every drive. Yeah, every play, roll them out because they're coming at him up the middle. Right? Just send him to the left, send him to the right. Get him outside of the pocket. The pocket is non-existent.
I mean, obviously, one way to tire these guys out when you're throwing the ball, especially the guys up front, just make them run, and at some point, that pass rush that seemed to be getting there after 3-4 seconds might be a little bit longer. But for that to happen, you need to find a way to move the ball down the field and possess it, not just go 3 and out, because time's running out.
It's also like we've seen time and time again that Tua is actually probably more accurate on the run than he is standing in a pocket that is potentially collapsing, whether or not it is. I mean, he plays really well on the run. Forget his hip. This man is a mobile quarterback. Let him do his thing.
Yeah. We can't play this game. We can't play any games worried about Tua's health, because if what we're worried about is Tua's health, he shouldn't be in there in the first place, right? Like if your goal is playoffs and being a good team, you put Tua in there for a reason. You gotta let him out. You have to let him out.
I said that at the half. Like, it's not no more a rookie quarterback on training wheels. Let him go out and see what he can do for you on the road. Might as well now, because
the thing that doesn't make sense is that they did it against the Cardinals.
Why did I just get an alert that said Ryan Fitzpatrick's in?
Ryan Fitzpatrick has entered the game for the Miami Dolphins. Wow. So Tua got benched. Just got benched. So let's see if
Adam Schefter's reporting it now.
Let's see if he sparks something.
I think we'll have a lot more people watching the post-game show.
Game on. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What is happening?
What the
All right, gentlemen. So, Tua, just to be clear, Tua was apparently having some.
Not just gentlemen, sir.
Sorry
Thank
about that. You come and go as you come and go. I forget to get you in there.
But
Sorry about that.
I'm here now.
So, gentlemen and lady. So just to be clear on something, just so before anybody freaks out, because we don't have a lot of time, I'm sure. Just to be clear, Tua's Tagovailoa being benched has nothing to do with performance, as we assume. It is more along the lines of he was apparently limping on the sidelines, so this is an injury-related situation. That being said, we have to be honest about something. Ryan Fitzpatrick coming in has seemingly sparked the offense. Kai, you can't deny it. You cannot deny it.
I won't. I just hope. Listen, man. I know Kylie brought in the Mina Kimes a second ago. She works for a company that if Ryan Fitzpatrick wins this game, all they'll be saying is that he's the greatest quarterback of all time and needs a statue built outside Hard Rock Stadium. So I just, injury or not, if he wins this game, the commentary throughout the week, especially from the worldwide quote unquote leader of sports, is going to be horrific.
But that's not something that we can worry about. We have to think about what
we've seen this. We've seen this before.
But
we've seen this before, right? This is what Flores does. When there might be a change for momentum, he'll take it. If Tua looked uncomfortable and rattled, and now he was probably even hurt, which was going to make it even worse, he made the move to try to win the game. I think if he's healthy, we're going to go back to Tua next week as the starter again, regardless of what happens here. But good on Fitzpatrick. Get some throws in. You got us 3 points, fine. But Tua's still our guy. We all know this.
You can't be thinking that this is a fix and plug type of deal, right? I mean, you want to have your rookie quarterback go through times like this and see what he's made of. So I'm just 100% hoping this is injury related, because if it's not, and I do understand that he was on the injury report, though. That's what a lot of people don't seem to notice. Even Kevin Harlan said it. He was on the injury report with a foot injury. Obviously, when we came back, Lewis, from the last break, I came in and right away I said I did not like the way he was getting hit or how he landed. And obviously now it's a cause for concern. Yep. I didn't know about that injury. I understand it was on the report, but I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now you saw the way that Fitzpatrick moved the ball down the field, right? He got into field goal range real quick, not even over 2 minutes. Now I'm concerned. I'm not saying it's going to hurt to a psyche, and you hope not, but you want your rookie quarterback, to go through pains like that and see what he's made up on the field. If he's not hurt, obviously.
It was a foot injury, by the way, on that injury report. So it looks like maybe he's aggravated that again. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's performance related. I don't think he was having a terribly bad performance. I think the only bad thing was just the sheer amount of sacks.
Gotcha. All right, game's back on. We'll be back after.
All right, folks. The Dolphins have gotten some life back. There is no way that upon review that this
That
is
was
not
a
going to be.
horrible call.
There's
on
no
the
way
field.
that's going to be a
No,
touchdown.
No,
Absolutely.
The
forget
refs,
no
about
they
way.
have
the refs,
been-
guys. Forget about the
Oh my
refs,
God.
man. Van Ginkel.
Andrew Van Ginkel. Seriously.
Van
I'm writing about
Ginkel,
him
man.
right now on my
That's what
recap
you want
as
to
that
see from your
happened.
young guys right there.
After Van
Forget
Ginkel
about
really
that,
really
even though
had
I
a
didn't agree with it. And coming
after
back
Van
to
Ginkel had a really bad play though. Van Ginkel had a really bad hold on the tight end, and then the tackle. Yes,
I've seen worse.
It was a worse. It was a bad penalty call, but you know they're gonna call it. That was a great makeup for Van Ginkel. I mean, now we've got what Fitzpatrick to drive it 99 yards for a touchdown.
It's not
Because
going to.
we're getting the ball back.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to call that. A
There's
touchdown.
absolutely no way they call that a
no way.
touchdown.
I was at least 3 yards away from the goal line, so I don't even know why they.
Yeah,
used
there's
it.
no way that it's going to.
Yeah,
Even
what was-
ESPN had it as a touchdown.
What was that?
That
ref
was a horrible
looking at?
call. That
Yeah,
was a
my
horrible call.
goodness.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. Fitzpatrick likely is going to get the ball back. So at this point, what do you do? Now, what do you do? This is a whole different offense now with Fitzpatrick in instead of Tua. So what now?
Again, we've got the
Mike
Fitzpatrick
Gesicki, baby.
experience,
Mike
right?
Gesicki.
Yeah, Gesicki, Parker, and hope Fitzpatrick doesn't throw an INT. I
Yeah.
mean, that's
Almost
what it
threw
is,
one
right?
last.
Fitzpatrick's our 50-50 guy. 50-50 all
Yep.
the way
Bro,
through this one.
if Ryan Fitzpatrick throws an interception, this is all the Dolphins fans' facial reaction.
Dude, I don't want to speak it into existence, so I'm gonna just. I think we all know that every time he drops back, all we do is think, okay, please don't throw an interception because we know you're going to.
I don't know.
I-
We'll see. I
All right, guys.
think that the fact that there was even a spark to begin with says that there's actually a shot here. This is not
Yeah,
something
but
against
come
Tua.
on, man.
This isn't against Tua, but Fitzpatrick coming in lit a fire under them. That's all I can say. Then we can't even say that it's not true.
My reaction,
can't.
Michael. That's my reaction. What you just did.
I'm just wiping my eye.
All right, so here we go. The ruling is
Come on. We don't even need a ruling. It's
We
like,
can't
that's-
call it.
The 2-minute warning has arrived, and the Dolphins are driving with Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback. Are they going to do it, guys? Are they going to do it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Manny
gonna-
says, I
I
mean,
say
on
gonna
this,
score a
at this
touchdown,
point,
but
sure.
like, oh my god, I'm tired, dude. Can we talk about this commentary team for a second? This is just, this is, I like look. The commentary for like the games this season have been horrible. Not just
Mhm.
Dolphins games, but just in general.
Wait. Are you hating on Kevin
Just-
Harlan or are you hating on Trent Green?
Trent Green.
Okay, I'm about to say don't
No,
don't
I
hate on
love
that
Kevin.
kid,
No,
man.
no,
Get one of the
I
best
love
ever,
Kevin
bro.
Harlan. No.
Okay.
Trent Green
Trent
is just,
Green. Okay, Trent Green.
is just he's awful. Not only that, like, oh my god. The one thing I don't like is we don't know if it's injury or skill related when they played the same play 3 times in a row, and then they even said on that point they were like, oh well, it looks like this has got to be an injury. He was even on the injury report during the week with the foot injury. I think the Dolphins are going to be able to get the touchdown, and I think maybe they'll be able to pull off a win here, which would be great. But you know, this is just I'm
Here's
just
the thing, Lewis. Kai doesn't want any quarterback controversy. That's the issue. That's
No,
exactly what
believe
it
me,
is.
I don't want-
understand.
I don't want,
understand.
like, I want the win, but it's just like we all know how Dolphins Twitter is, and I'm just not ready for it. Like, it's been so tame. I just don't want it to come up right now. I want to be able to like go through the week and be happy.
We're gonna have that discussion though, because again, the Dolphins
Oh
offense is
my.
running. It's Kai. It's running smoother with Fitzy. It is.
Yeah, I know, but
I mean, you want to make the playoffs, don't you?
no, I do. Look, hey, listen.
All right.
Whatever decision Brian Flores makes, I trust him. But I don't think that this was performance related. I don't think this is not the same thing as Josh
Maybe
Rosen.
not
I don't think.
initially. Maybe
By
not
the way-
initially.
By the way,
Hmm.
a commenter pointed out something really good. If your foot is hurting, you don't really run per se.
Yeah.
Foot mentality. So that could be it as well.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's hope for a Dolphins tie or a Dolphins win. Or whichever one, baby. It's
A
about
tie.
Dolphins.
No, we want to win. What the hell, a tie?
All right.
What are you,
Get a touchdown.
Eagles
do a
mentality
two-point
here?
conversion.
What the heck is this?
And that's it, folks. The 5-game winning streak has been snapped. The Dolphins post-game show is now up and running. And again, just for the record, it is brought to you by prizepicks.com. So you can use the promo code 5 and get yourself up to $100 deposit on your match. So needless to say, if you chose the under on Tua's stats, then you are the big winner today. You know who else is the big winner? Las Vegas, because, oh boy, a lot of people bet on the Dolphins to win today. And guess what? They did not. So we're going to have to talk about this, gentlemen, and I know Kai is very adamant about this. He already tweeted it out, but this is
I
something
tweeted it before. I just want to put out before that play happened, I tweeted verbatim that he was going to throw an interception. And just like that, he did exactly what Ryan Fitzpatrick always does.
You know, for somebody who says you don't want to speak things into existence, you speak things into existence a lot.
Hey,
so,
look, all I got to say is I tweeted the truth.
All right. So now, but this is something we're going to have to talk about. And I don't want to necessarily make this about a Tua versus Fitzpatrick discussion, but this is something we need to talk about. And this is going to be going forward as well. When Tua went out, whether it was because he was benched because he wasn't playing well or because his foot was hurt, we think it's because his foot was hurt. But even if that isn't the case, when Fitzpatrick came in, there was a spark and the offense started moving. And that's something we cannot deny. Now, here's the question. What was it that changed when Fitzpatrick came in that Tua was not able to do all game long? And since Ethan is here, I'm going to go ahead and ask him.
Oh, you got to ask me the tough question. Thank you, Lewis. Appreciate that. Well, I mean, I think a couple things. First thing, Ryan Fitzpatrick has done that how many times over the course of his career? So, I mean, he's accustomed to that kind of situation. And so I wasn't surprised that he did it. I mean, he got Gesicki involved right away. It did seem like the pressure backed off a little bit when he came in. Now, I don't know if that's because he was getting rid of the ball quicker, but most of the problems that Tua was having with pressure, I don't really know what he could have done about it. The pressure was coming from the middle. It was in his face all game long, and they stopped running the ball. It's a good point from Royal. They kind of stopped running the ball when Patrick came in because of the situation. I thought they sped up the tempo a little bit, and I thought that helped. We can't push aside the fact that Tua didn't play well today. He didn't play well today. I mean, that's part of it. He did not play well. But when you have no running game, and again, there were a couple of drops, not a ton, but there were a couple of drops. You know, it's not all on him, particularly when the offensive line is leaking the way it is on the interior of the line. I mean, Jesse Davis was awful. Yeah. You know, and then you had an injury situation with Kinley where you couldn't take him out. And so there were a bunch of factors today. But to me, the thing about Fitzpatrick is this. We saw the entire Fitzpatrick experience in the span of about 20 minutes. It's more good than bad, but ultimately it's not enough. And the throw he made, I mean, Kai's right. Like, that was totally set up. Stop it, Carlos. Tua is not a bust. Okay, he's 4 games in his career. He's 3-1. He beat Arizona on the road. He beat Kyler Murray on the road. Let's back off here a little bit. But the Fitzpatrick experience, we know what it is, right? It is that encapsulated. The Tua experience is going to be different over time, but they don't have – look, the offensive line's not totally ready. We knew that. He does not have great skill position players around him. And at times today, I thought he looked rattled and was less accurate than he typically is. It can be all of those things. It doesn't have to be one thing. And I think the ankle injury kind of gave Flores cover to do what he probably wanted to do there anyway, and will allow him now to go into this next week basically saying, you know, making it an injury-related thing instead of a performance-related thing. And I think that's better for the Dolphins.
I feel like, I mean, you hit on all the right points, right? Like, Tua looked in this game the way he looked when he played against the Rams. I was at the Rams game, and that first drive, I was sitting up, you know, in the end zone behind him, and you could see his feet. They just never looked set. He never looked comfortable. He never looked like he was in a good place and where he felt really confident in what he was doing. He looked like that again today because the pressure was coming up the middle, which is the worst spot for it to come from, right? Eric Flowers, who had been playing really well so far this year, had a really awful game.
Yes.
Very uncharacteristic.
Right.
Just a real game. Ted, he's been down as the year has gone on. This was not a good game for him. Kinley was not playing well. Is that because he was hurt? Was that the scheme? But the scheme for the Broncos was don't send somebody up the field that's going to be 2 yards behind him and have to come in after him, put somebody right in his face and make him uncomfortable. And it worked, right? Fitzpatrick came into the game and we saw some explosive plays. Now, I think that was a difference of Fitzpatrick's experience, knowing, hey, if you're going to send it up the field.
It takes one game. It takes one game. This is what I was talking about before.
Yeah.
It's like, it just takes one game.
That's why I said I didn't want it to make it about a Tua versus Fitzpatrick thing. But at the same time, again, we cannot deny there was a distinct difference in how the offense
but just like Ethan said, that happens all the time. We saw it last year. The second that, and it's even just a switch of the quarterback. I would like to find an argument that someone can give me last year when they pulled Fitzpatrick and put Rosen in, and Rosen was doing something, and then his receivers were dropping balls. Then subsequently he had bad games, and as soon as they took Rosen out in that Washington game, Fitzpatrick was leading them down the field. Yeah. It's the switch of the quarterback. It's no matter what it is, it's going to provide something.
It throws off the defense because the defense is expecting one thing, and they get this new guy that they didn't watch the film on, right? And if they did, they watched very minimal, and they're not ready for it. Fitzpatrick was explosive at times, but Fitzpatrick was also really risky. He almost had 2 interceptions today, right? The first field goal we kicked, that could have easily not have happened had that interception been caught by the linebacker, right? He threw it behind the man. A lot of the other throws he made, the cover 2 throw that he had to Devontae Parker, that was a great throw.
Yes.
But that throw, in my opinion, was his, what are we at now? 16 years of NFL experience? He lined up and said, this is that coverage. Home run. This is that coverage. I know exactly where I'm going to put it, and I'm going to put it there because we got nothing else to lose. Tua wasn't making those throws.
Right.
Tua's not making that 50-50 throw. He's saying, I want something secure. I want to get us yards.
But they can't do that with the receiving core they have here. So again, now this is the next question that you have to ask. Once again, is it better for the Dolphins if you want to make the playoffs right now? This is what you have to debate, and it's going to be a debate, so we might as well address it.
Right.
Is it better to trust Fitzpatrick's 50-50 versus Tua looking for open guys that are not open?
I mean, again, it's what is this season about? I want to address a couple of things because I love Ben who comments on our Heat stuff too. But a couple of things here. First thing, let's not start with the brittle Tua stuff. I mean, the number 1 overall pick, who was supposedly the durable guy, is now out for the season, which again is what I said really all along.
Durable, but
no, but I'm just saying, like, this whole idea of because Tua is brittle because he hurt his ankle. Look, anybody in that circumstance, you sack 6 times, okay, with little pressure, that shit's gonna happen. Okay,
no, and that last hit was really awkward. Like, it was a really awkward way to go down. Like
he turned the wrong way. So this doesn't have anything to do with him being brittle or not brittle or whatever. It has to do with, look, is he ready for everything that's coming at him right now, particularly when he doesn't have a full complement of skill guys that he's going to have in a year or 2 around him. And look, at times he has looked ready, and at times he hasn't. He threw a beautiful touchdown pass early in the game today. I mean, a perfect throw, a throw that I don't think Fitzpatrick makes, but there were throws that Fitzpatrick made that he can't make at this stage. What do you do? I mean, I think, again, the injury gives them cover this week. It gives them cover. They're facing a team that is tanking by the very nature of their head coach, okay? The reality is that you should be able to win this game comfortably no matter what. It is a game where you could say, listen, we're going to go back to Ryan this week, okay? Beating the Jets is not meaningful in any sense. You could go right back to Tua the next game, even if Fitzpatrick throws for 300 yards. You went away from Fitzpatrick to Tua on a 2-game winning streak. You could do it again if you win next week against the Jets, okay? So I think it does give him cover to do it. It's clear Tua is not there yet. But I'm sorry, I'm also not going to go the other direction and ignore what happened against Arizona, ignore the fact that he played well enough to win last week, right? Didn't screw things up in the first week, even though they didn't ask him to do too much. We can't throw all of it out. Today, nobody played particularly well. The defense couldn't get off the field, okay? They got gashed in the run game, which is not something that's happened consistently. I mean, X had the interception, and Van Ginkel had the great play by the goal line, but right before that Van Ginkel made a mistake too. Like, they didn't play well today. In the altitude, okay, in not typical road environment, and they lost. But I don't think we should draw massive conclusions off this. They are not. Look, they're not a 10-6 team this year. We didn't expect them to be a 10-6 team. Okay, if they're an 8-8 team, but they're trending the right direction, I think most people would feel pretty good about that. But they're probably going to get a win next week. They got a winnable game the week after that.
Yep.
So, I mean, they may get to 10 wins, but that doesn't mean they're a 10-win team in that sense that you can expect them to go on the road and they're just better than Denver. They're not necessarily better than Denver.
Right.
Okay. Right. And not at this stage. They will be, but not at this stage. So that's
Well,
we went into that stretch of games dating back to when Tua was announced, saying if we can get from here to the Chiefs game, having lost maybe two
We said
games,
one
or two
to
games,
the worst. Yeah.
1 or 2 games, that's pretty good. We should be happy about it. We won the games that we thought would have been the losses. It totally threw everything out of whack for us. We go into this game against Denver where now everyone is expecting a very comfortable win, right? And we got beat by a team that had a better game plan than us and said, your line isn't as good as you think it is, and we're going to show you. And now it's on Brian Flores, Chan Gadley, and the rest of that coaching staff to say, what did they exploit us with? How can we fix that? Because our offensive line was garbage and our defensive line was not anywhere near where it should be against the run and even against the pass. We got no pressure all day long. The trenches were soft, and that can be addressed.
Yep.
Well, first and foremost, if there's anything the offensive line needs to practice this upcoming week, they need to every single day throw nothing but stunts at them. Nothing but stunts at them.
They couldn't handle it.
All practice. The entire practice, they need to just practice against stunts all practice long. Now, the other thing that I will say, I don't agree with Fitzpatrick playing next week. If this is Ethan's right. This is cover. If Flores wants to go with Fitzpatrick, he could easily use Tua's foot as an excuse. That being said, this is true. This is the Jets coming up. The Jets are complete and utter garbage. College teams could easily take them down, I think. So if that's the case, then this would be the best opportunity for Tua to get his confidence back because he's playing against a team that, quite frankly, can't really do anything.
However, on. Sorry, real quick. Flores just said in his press conference, Tua wasn't injured. We just felt it was the best move in that point of the game.
They benched him.
So he's not using
performance.
Okay. So his performance, he's not using his cover.
Flores has never been shy about saying what he thinks is the truth.
Well,
so.
I give him credit for the balls, honestly, because now he's going to hear it. It's going to be an ESPN story. He could have gone the other direction, but I give him credit for that. And
we said that during the game too.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what it's at. So I think, again, what do you do this week? I mean, I think either direct. If he goes back to Tua, there's going to be Dolphin fans who are frustrated by it because they feel like maybe Fitzpatrick gives them a better chance to get to the playoffs. But again, they just look. They won. They went into Arizona, okay, a team that has been extraordinarily competitive this year. Okay, had an impressive split with Seattle. They went into Arizona and they won with putting the ball into his hands and forcing him to make plays. I don't think we can look at that and again look at what happened against the Chargers and then look at this and say that this experiment is a failure, but there's going to be ups and downs to it. And I agree with that comment that just came in. The game was too fast for him today. He looked jittery. He looked off, but middle pressure against quarterbacks
is always a kryptonite.
Right. Yeah. And so they have to fix that. Like I think, and whether it means reshuffling the line and
there you go right there, Ethan.
Tua is starting next week.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I think it's to and sorry to cut you off, Ethan. I think the greatest point is on your shirt right now, and I think that's something that Dolphins fans need to remember. Is that
Reasons Sports merchandise? Check it out.
I've seen. I was say, look, it's a slight plug right there too, but it's the perfect way. Truthfully, I literally just saw 5 tweets come through right after that first quote that he pulled him not from injury, that they're questioning the regime. Why is this happening? It's like, guys, first of all, no one was playing, as we've mentioned multiple times now, nobody was playing well the entire game. The offensive line was getting beat from the point of attack off the snap, every single play. The defense wasn't playing well at that point in the game with the hits he was taking. There was a hit before that where his body bent in a bad way. There was a hit, like that last hit where his body bent in a bad way. Why keep him in the game, first of all, and probably get an injury, especially after we saw with Burrow? And then at the same time, it's like, if you feel like, getting a spark in the offense is going to get the win, then do it. At the end of the game, at the end of the day, you're going for wins. You're not going for, I guess, style. Like, you're going for the win at the end of the day.
Well, and if Tua and people, because I talked about this with my own family, right? Like early on in the season, and I said, you can bring Tua on, and if Tua's playing bad, I genuinely felt like Flores was going to make the move he needed to do to put back in Fitzpatrick because Flores is a winning coach. He doesn't care.
I disagree. I honestly did not think that we were going to do that. I honestly thought that Tua was going to be it for the rest of the season.
I felt like they could do. I thought Tua was going to be it the rest of the season because I didn't think Tua was going to struggle like this. But if Tua is the type of quarterback that can't handle being pulled out of a game like this one he just had,
he didn't.
In my opinion, I agree with you. But if he can't handle being pulled in that game where he played poorly, he's not the guy, right?
But Michael, that's the point, and I got to run. But here's the point. I'll let you guys take it from here. Maybe Kylie jumps back in. But I think, Louis, you guys have hit on this. The point with Flores is he's going to go with what he thinks is right, no matter what anybody else says. Even going back to last year where people thought he should have been throwing games and tanking and all the rest of that stuff, and he's going up to New England to win a game that nobody wanted the Dolphins to win, okay? He doesn't care. The fact that he said that after the press conference, we pulled him a performance, he's starting next week. I mean, that is such a Brian Flores thing, to be honest, because I cover the other team in town. It's an Eric Spoelstra thing, too. It's just like, well, I'm going to do what I feel is best for this team. I don't really give a damn about the outside noise. And I respect that about him. And ultimately, Tua will be better for that. He'll be better for that. And he's not a fragile soul, okay? I covered fragile souls as Dolphin quarterbacks, the Joey Harringtons of the world, okay, and the John Becks. Like, he's not. Like, Tua is not that. I don't think he's gonna crack, guys, because
I mean, even after Fitzpatrick threw the interception, you saw that Tua wasn't grouchy. He was there by his guy, consoling him and saying, "Listen, man, you did your best and you almost did it." That's teammate right there. He's the consummate teammate. I'm not concerned about his psyche. The only thing that I'm concerned about is Tua has to start processing as fast as Fitzpatrick can, because if that's the one thing that Fitzpatrick definitely is better than Tua at this point. He can see the field faster and he can make decisions faster. But that's going to take time. And again, that's why you make the debate is if we're aiming for the playoffs this season, is that time we have to waste?
Well, that's a good question. The playoffs, it was never about the playoffs this season.
No, I knew that. I was saying that for the longest time all season.
It is for Brian Flores. I understand that.
Yeah.
But if we're looking at it from our perspective, it was not about the playoffs this season. All right, guys, I got to run. You take it. We'll try to get Kylie back in here, but thanks. And I appreciate everybody who's checked out the stream today. This was an experiment. I think we'll do it again. It seems like everybody's having fun with it. So we're gonna get to the Heat stream numbers on the Dolphin streams. I promise. We just need a win. All right, thanks.
I will say I felt like as bad as the offense played today, and they played poorly enough that they need to make some major changes. We haven't even touched on it yet because Tua is the darling and Tua is the number one thing. Our defense was not. Our defense was a huge disappointment. Yeah, sorry,
bro. Man, you're such a huge troll, bro.
Yo, Mike Thea can't play, bro. I can't put her out there.
Dude, Tua is the look how he cut it off. No, Lewis, that was great, bro.
I feel like look. The defense, man, that was bad. We couldn't stop the run at all until the last series where we knew they were running, and then they get a lucky 61-yard bomb out of nowhere. That was very confusing to watch. I'm more demoralized by the defensive side of things than the offense, because I thought that was the one place we could rely on this team and see consistent play and think they've got it. We'll worry about the other side, and it wasn't.
I think overall it was just one of those games where, look, when we broke down that first stretch, when it was the three of us and David, when we got out of that, oh my God, I can't remember the exact game that it was. We got out of that Rams game. We said we got a 5-game stretch here. We're thinking you go 4-1, and that it was like if you beat the Cardinals, one of the two teams you're going to lose to is either the Chargers or the Broncos. Like we said that week, that post game. And then after the 2 wins, I think all of us thought, all right, at this point, you're going to go 5-0. And we said it this morning or early afternoon as well. At some point, we think you're going to beat the Broncos, you're going to beat the Jets, you're going to beat the Bengals, and go in 9-3. Now, at the end of the day, I think we all assume you're going to go in 8-4, and you're still going to be satisfied with the fact that you're 8-4. Phillip Rivers just threw a pick 6 or a fumble 6. I don't know what it was, but he just had some issue happen there. So that helps us because now we're also battling the Colts for a playoff spot. So,
Kai, relax there. It hasn't been confirmed, and it's almost going forward.
Okay, well, if it's not confirmed, regardless, at the end of the day, they're in a battle with Green Bay right now. If they lose, that's great for us. And we said at the worst you were going to do was 3-2, and that was assuming that you lost the Cardinals game and you lost one of either Chargers or Broncos. You didn't lose Chargers, you didn't lose Cardinals. The loss goes to the Broncos. Now you have to beat the Jets, which we all think that we're going to. I would be shocked if Adam Gase beat us and this horrible Jets team, especially with what Justin Herbert just did to them today. And then the Bengals losing Joe Burrow, that was the game that I was going to try to go to. Now I'm definitely not because there's no Joe Burrow. But at the end of the day, I think we still all assume we're going to go into that Chiefs game 8-4 and still in a position to make the playoffs. And if the Bills do lose to the Steelers, that's great for us because that means that wild card spot that right now there's five or six teams that are fighting for that, playoff spot that we're trying to get, those 3 wild card spots. If the Bills do lose to the Steelers, which it may or may not happen, that puts us in prime position to still have that final game of the season being for the AFC East title, and maybe one of us gets in playoffs and one of us doesn't. So at the end of the day, I still think that we should all we have issues, and we all know that. Mm-hmm. And this is a wake up call not only for the fans, but the coaches and everything, the players as well. You're riding high on a 5-game win streak. You had a great offensive game against Arizona. You were able to cause issues for Herbert last week. Now you get back into the normal, you get back into the norm, and you're like, okay, let's try to get it going again. Reset against the Jets next week. Probably beat the Bengals. And as Manny said, that was arm going forward, so it's still Colts ball, but you're hoping that they lose, and that still makes the playoff picture very nice for the Dolphins.
But this does highlight some things that need to be fixed.
Yes, now, 100%.
For the defense, I'm starting to waver on my desire for Micah Parsons. At this point, I'm getting really... I think you guys can agree with me on this. I'm really sick and tired of their big fat guys being better than our big fat guys. Seriously, on offense, on defense, I'm tired of it. For all the good that Emmanuel Ogbah has done, and I'm not going to take any credit away from him. The Dolphins do not. He was
non-existent today.
He does not have. The Dolphins do not have a premier pass rusher on the edge. They do not have somebody who can consistently get pressure up the middle. And on offense, forget it. It's like they're always getting pushed around. Even with all the effort we put into getting Solomon Kinley, with Robert Hunt, today Eric Flowers, and Ted Karras. I mean, look, he's a good. I would have him as a backup. Wasn't he a backup in New England before he got thrust into the starting role?
Yep.
Yeah, I think he was before.
It's like
he was behind Andrews. He was behind Andrews, and then Andrews went down for the year, so he came in.
So that's another thing that the Dolphins.
He was pretty solid last year, though, to be honest.
Yeah, solid in Dante Scarnecchia's magical offensive line.
Yeah.
So
like something that I don't remember. I saw some writer put it on Twitter, which is true, and it's true about a rookie because he was pointing out Solomon Kinley, and I think it's true about a lot of our offensive line. They don't scare anyone. Right. They'll do their job and they'll keep you clean and they'll push a little bit, but they're not gonna maul you. They're not gonna run you over. They
were at the beginning, though. That's the thing. Kinley and Hunt both at the start of their little runs were both doing fantastic. They were smashing people, crushing them, pancaking them. And now all of a sudden they found chinks in the armor, I think, technique wise. And now they're being beaten not with power, but with technique. And the fact of the matter is technique is going to beat power every time.
Quick thing, and don't get distracted by my guest in the back. She's cooking. For the second game against a premier defensive line football team, you struggled. Let's be honest. You struggled against the Rams, and you struggled against Denver today. There's no other team that we could have possibly played that you can say that have that amount of talent on that side of the ball or that position. But it's nothing new that we didn't know about this, right? You knew it was going to be a process. You knew that they were going to be struggling. I just didn't expect for it to be the Denver game where we saw this. But in a way, it might be a blessing.
Yeah.
You have it. You have it on tape. You know what needs to be fixed. Guess what? Down the stretch, you use this as leverage. You use this for coaching. I just need Changela to stop looking at the old version of his playbook and start looking at the new version, which is 2020 football in the National Football League on offense.
I think I have the same critiques with Gailey. Like some of the stuff I haven't liked, and I think I've made that very note on both pre and post throughout the past couple of weeks. But at the same time, I think today, like this was just a game where not even a better play calling by Changeli could have saved them, in my personal opinion. Also, that stat line, Tua ran out of bounds on one of those. I think we should call it what it was, which was 5 sacks, not 6, because one of them he was tapped and then he ran out of bounds for -2 yards.
Sure.
Probably should have thrown away. So you probably give that to 5 instead of 6. But of course, the stat line reads 6. It's going to say 6.
But it's funny. Because I'm watching the tweets from Kylie and Josh come in right about the press conference, and Tua said something that's really key, which is what I think is happening to him, right? Where he says, I want to go out there and I want to get completions. I want to get the ball in my guys' hands. And that's the difference between Tua and Fitzpatrick. Not that Fitzpatrick doesn't want to get the ball into their hands, but Fitzpatrick is more, I'm going to throw it up there and trust that they're going to get it and hope the best happens. Tua is, if I'm not sure this is going to be completed, I don't want to throw it. I'm just not going to throw it. Right. I'm going to hold on and I'm going to look for something else that's open. These guys aren't getting open and he's waiting way too long with the ball. Hopefully this is the game where he's like, okay, I just need to make quicker decisions and trust them instinct. And that'll vault us moving forward. But I think that's the big key that we're seeing between him and Fitzpatrick in that game today.
Do you? I say this jokingly, but I'm not serious. Just so it's clear. Also, we have to introduce our newest panelist here, the Taco Man himself.
Your green screen is taking away the numbers.
I noticed it, but the problem is I have a lot of green stuff because of the Dolphins, so I just roll with it, and it's kind of cool, right?
There's tacos going through your body.
You know what
you need to bring that. You need to come in on the pregame show when we play the Jets next week, so we can do the taco gag again.
Hey, I'm here if I don't got kids bothering me. I've been watching, and I don't want to jump in if you guys are doing something.
No, go ahead.
You were just talking about Tua and the difference between like kind of the gunslinger mentality with Fitzpatrick compared to Tua, and I think it works both ways. Like obviously the coaching staff, they want to take it easy with him. They don't want to ask him to do too much, but it kind of takes me back to that one throw against the Rams with him throwing it up to Gesicki, and it got broken up. It wasn't a drop, but I kind of felt like Gesicki didn't go attack it. He can't, and I'm not the guy who thinks the Alabama receivers made him. That's bullshit, right? He has NFL receivers now. But right now he doesn't have the playmakers to go up and feel comfortable that they will come down. Like think about the fact that Kyler Murray has DeAndre Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
The confidence that he has to make that throw. If Fitzpatrick, what does he have to lose? And he's been in the league, and he knows. I just think his receivers and his weapons are a part of that.
All right, so let's clarify something then, because you just brought up that he doesn't trust these guys to come down with it. Are you talking about making contested catches when he's needed, or getting 3-4 yards of separation and being a wide open target for him? Because if
more the first part.
Because if it's okay, but then he doesn't trust Devontae Parker.
Obviously not everybody, but we're talking about we have Devontae Parker and really Gesicki. He's been underwhelming, and I don't know if it's the offense or if it's Gesicki, but look, Preston Williams got hurt.
But that's again.
I don't think it's the offense though. Lewis, I'll let you go. I was going to say, I don't think it's the offense, just to put this in really quick, because against the Jaguars, and yes, it's the Jaguars, but we saw that when Gesicki is a part of the offense actually being put into the game plan, he can make something happen. And even now, when you see that he's put into the game plan, he makes most of those catches and he makes his impact. It's
confusing. It makes you wonder where it is the rest of the game.
Yeah, but one quick thing on Kai. Sorry that I jump in. Lewis, you can go right after me. When they started getting Gesicki the football was when Fitz came in.
Fitzpatrick, yeah.
Right.
The first pass was to him, and all of a sudden you saw the offense it opened up a little bit to everyone.
And you would think it would be the opposite. And to me, when a rookie,
it was Mike Gesicki's first catch, I was like, oh crap! Now the defense had to back up a little bit. They couldn't really do all the fully man-to-man stuff that they were doing.
Right, and that's what I was going to bring up too, Manny. Is that if it's about the weapons and not the quarterback throwing them the ball, and I get it, I understand one thing very clearly, and this is something we're going to have to address in the offseason. The weapons that the Dolphins have is not complementing Tua's skill set. This is running to what Fitzpatrick does best. Yep. But that being said, based on what David said, now you have to ask this question. If it really is about trusting that they'll come down with the football, and he's saying that Gesicki doesn't attack the ball, then exactly what Manny said. Why is it that when Fitzpatrick showed up, suddenly Gesicki was making catches, Parker was going up and making catches, And Tua has seen these guys make plays when Fitzpatrick was in. Why would he suddenly not trust them when it's him throwing them the football?
Well, I'm talking about the Gesicki throw that he in the first game where he threw it deep, and I'm not talking about Gesicki up the middle. I mean, that's different. I'm talking about throwing the deep ball.
That was what was working when Fitzpatrick got in there. If Tua decided he wanted to go up into the seam, I was saying this all along. And this is what I wanted them to do when Tua first got into the game. And I was disappointed in how they were running their offense when Tua got in there. If you gave Tua Fitzpatrick's playbook, it would work beautifully because Tua has more accuracy than Fitzpatrick does. So why are they not running the same playbook? See, it's an honest question. I understand that they're different quarterbacks, but the plays themselves are sound.
But that's the frustration is you look at it and going back to Alabama, like you picture Tua throwing the ball deep all day long and you're not seeing it. And that's when I'm saying the weapons, I don't know if it's a trust thing, but to me, either the coaching staff and the offensive play calling, like you're saying, they're not calling plays for what Tua does because you've seen what he can do, or he doesn't trust that those guys on the few throws that he's made are going to go get it.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about, if we look back on that Alabama team, most of those passes, I mean, the guys had a good couple yards of separation.
Right, that's what I was saying. If that's what they're looking for, then Tua's not gonna be.
Maybe
not right now.
But what it is,
maybe not yet.
But exactly, I think Tua needs to grow into that. Right, I think, like I said, he said it himself. I look for completions in his head. I think he wants something like 95% sure that this is going to be a completed pass unless something crazy happens. That's the way he plays. And in this offense, if he wants to be successful, he has to change that. And I think he will learn to. But today he was being sacked, right? He had the one interception that got called back. He was already a little bit nervous. So he's like, I'm not going to risk putting us in a position where we're down and are going to be down even worse if I make a bad throw here. I'm only going to make secure passes. And what needs to happen is he needs to grow up and say, I can make these throws. I got to trust my guys to get it, or we have to change the offense. And I don't think they're going to overhaul the offense. So it just comes down to him needing to trust them. And I think but to what, right? Because the only guys we have that are going to be really fast and are going to get really open is Jakeem Grant. And we saw it today. He had no chemistry with Jakeem Grant. Just absolutely none. Three deep passes to him that were just off the mark, off the mark.
I go back and I was talking about this and I posted, Russell Wilson's first year or whatever I was showing. And the difference is if we're just going with the Russell Wilson comparison, because that's what we do, right?
Yeah.
The difference is that he was handed a team that had Marshawn Lynch and a defense. We have the defense.
Marshawn Lynch was an all-pro that season, I think.
We don't have that safety blanket for him, the security blanket for him to turn around and hand off to beast mode. I think he's being asked to do what they feel comfortable doing based on what they have. And the reality is, I go to the Heat, right? And not to bring the Heat up during a Dolphins broadcast, but Heat fans are getting all crazy, some of them, because the expectations of them making the finals, when realistically the timeline got moved up to some of the fans. But it never got moved up to the GM, to Riley and all them. They're sticking with 2021. I think it's the same thing here. I think the timeline, just because they happen to be 6-3 and win 5 in a row, that changes the timeline for us as fans. Like, oh shit, here we go, we're back, we got it. And then something happens, and it's like we're fans, and not all of us are fans, but the fans in us,
right?
We're oh shit, like this feeling again, that type of thing.
No, I had been saying I don't know if you've been listening to all the other shows, but I had been saying for a very long time that this was not the year to focus on the playoffs anyway. And believe me, I have been hammered over and over and over again for this point as the Dolphins keep finding more and more success, but I still believe this to be the truth. The Dolphins had always been looking at 2021 as being the year. That was why they picked up so much capital, tried to save as much cap space as they could. They're trying to set up a core for themselves, but this year was not the year. And that's why I had said for the longest that I didn't want Tua to play at all this year, because 2021 was supposed to be the year. Now, obviously that ship has sailed and Tua's playing, and that's fine. He's getting his lumps now. That's cool with me as far as I'm concerned. He's healthy. But the mentality that most people have now is that now that the Dolphins are finding success, well, now they're obviously a playoff team. Maybe they are. Maybe they get to the playoffs. Technically, by definition, if you make it to the playoffs, you are a playoff team. But they are not somebody who are going to compete in the playoffs.
That wasn't the expectation.
The expectation,
maybe from them, but not from us.
The expectation for 2020, at least from my end, was never the playoffs. Never. If they made it, terrific, awesome. That means that the Dolphins are better than we thought they would be.
Hindsight is a little bit different. Now you're looking at it and saying, "Oh shit, they're right in the thick of things." But agreed, man. Like, I'm with you. You know, I wanted Tua badly, but based on the injury and just everything, all the chaos of COVID, I would have been okay if they sat him. I wanted them to play him later on in the year after the later bye that was originally set up. But ultimately, I was listening to you before I came on, and I agree with what you were saying. The whole thing of bringing Fitz in, if it was an injury thing, I get it. And I understand maybe he just thought that was going to win the game. But the idea of going back and forth, and look, he knows what he's doing. I always default to that, and I preface what I say. I don't know better than Brian Flores. I don't know. I'll allow them to make that decision, and I'll be a fan who talks shit. But
I'm so confused about that comment. Sorry.
It's fans, man.
I'm so confused.
Anyway.
But let's go real quick to the opposite. Let's say Fitzpatrick had won the game.
I mean, he almost did. If we're being honest, I know the interception.
They were at the 20.
They were like a yard difference in whether it was a touchdown.
Right, but how do you know? There is no almost in the NFL.
No, there isn't.
Either you did or you didn't.
No, you're correct. But what I'm saying is hypothetically, because we have to talk about something, right? So hypothetically, if he ties the game and they win the game, they go for 2, whatever the case is. Is there not a controversy? Because we know. Look, I'm wearing a Tua jersey. They're not taking Tua out long. I understand, but
as far as I'm concerned, no, really, there isn't. The media will make it one. The media will make it a controversy. In fact, they will make it a controversy, even in spite of the fact that they lost. In spite of the fact that they lost, because simply put, the offense was functioning with Fitzpatrick in the last 20 minutes of the game than they did in the whole almost an hour with Tua desperately.
But also, we have to go back and look where the Broncos playing a different defense up by that much late in the game.
That's the thing is you see a lot of times when teams are down and we look at the game and we're like, why haven't you done this the entire game when they start moving the ball at the end of the game? Because they're rushing. So I think that's a little unfair to say Fitzpatrick came in with nothing to lose and they needed to score points and he's just chucking the rock around. You're comparing apples to oranges.
Guys, so one quick.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Manny. I'll get to you.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna put this to everybody. Are you confident that if Tua had stayed in, he would have gotten the same production that Fitzpatrick got in the last 20 minutes?
No.
Would he have been able to do what Fitzpatrick did? If you're saying that it's the last 20 minutes of the game and the defense starts changing.
No, Lewis, because you made a great point. The offensive playbook and that time with Fitz wasn't the same one with Tua. To me personally, the offensive game plan broke down for the Dolphins and Tua when they were trying to hit on the deep passes, right? They didn't hit a single one. I think I counted maybe 3 deep balls. Not a single one was completed. That to me right there either got them nervous on where the game plan was going because you couldn't run the football, obviously. And Tua had a guy in his face every 2 to 3 seconds, right? Because the offensive line was breaking down. So to me personally, even from the get-go, the game plan, whatever they came with into Denver, it was already broken. Now, for some magical reason, here comes Fitz, right? All of a sudden, he moved down the field to kick a field goal, and then he almost went 100 yards to tie the game. I think that also has to do with Fitz knowing the situation, his experience, and already being an NFL quarterback and so many teams and coming in for guys that have gotten injured during the games. That also has to it has to be taken into consideration. Tua has never been in this position before, but yet nobody wants to talk about it.
He came back already. Hey, honestly, I don't remember. Were they rushing 4 on Fitz? Like,
as far as
all I'm saying is it looked like they were
rushing 4 on Tua too. They were rushing none of them. They were rushing 4 on Tua too, and they were getting past him anyway.
4 and 3 guys in the first half, and they were still getting to him.
There was a couple of plays where I saw them. They dropped back. I think it was, what was it? The one where I think Ahmed got a couple amount of yards.
In the fourth quarter, when finally Fitz came in after the second drive, then they started playing a little man in the corners, but then everybody else was playing zone. That's when they changed it up a little bit. But for the whole game, it was man-to-man for the whole game.
Commentators
would-
brought that
my-
up on the last drive as well. Manny.
No, true.
And more, my point was just this: like, we don't know; it's hypothetical. And granted, he played like shit, but we've seen this before, man. It's Tua time. Like, we would literally have this Tua time thing, and I get it. Maybe he didn't have it today, and it wasn't going to happen. But if you say to him, "Okay, it's the end of the game. You got to go out there and let it rip," that would be the first time that they've said to him, "Go out there and let it rip." Like, so maybe
he's also playing on a bad foot.
And look, if it was an injury, that's what I'm saying. Look, you get it. If it's injury,
Well, according to Flores, that wasn't what it was. According to Flores, that wasn't what it was. According to Flores, it was he sucked. We benched him because we wanted Fitzpatrick to play. That's essentially what he said without saying it.
And that's my problem, is that you don't look at the end of this. You're talking about the goal in the beginning of the season, or in your mind, like me, wasn't the playoffs. I'm surprised, but give Tua that opportunity, unless he's hurt, to see what happens. Like, you got to put him in these positions to see, it's not an audition, right? We all agree. It's not an audition. But you still have to see what he's going to do in each situation. And you took him out of the situation to see what he would do.
And Tua looked like he was playing to not lose the game. And there's a difference between playing to not lose and playing to win. There's a big difference. And that
gunslingers play to win, game managers play not to lose.
Now, I don't think that Tua the rest of his career is going to be a game manager. I really don't think so. I think he's going to evolve and be much more than that. Right now, he's not comfortable doing that. And I think this game is going to wake him up and say, hey, you want to make it in this league. You're not always going to have your fast guys. You're not always going to have receivers wide open. You've got to trust yourself and make the throws you want to make. Now, he never got into a rhythm to make them. The throw against Arizona that should have been picked off, he was in rhythm. I don't think he makes that throw today. I don't think he even tries to make that throw today, because I think today he says, oh, I don't know. I almost had the one interception. I've got a lot of pressure in the pocket. We're already down. Against Arizona, he was in a groove. He was in rhythm. He knew what he had to do. This game started out with a bunch of incompletions for him. He didn't have a solid drive until halfway through the second quarter?
Yeah, towards the end of the second quarter.
He was 2 for 7, and on the field goal drive, he ended up 7 for 12 or something like that. But they started doing the short completion game, short screen flat game, but then obviously they went away from that because they all of a sudden knew that the wide receivers they couldn't beat their cornerbacks or the guy covering them in man-to-man. Yeah, and your defense can't do that, and they could rush 3 or 4 guys again to the quarterback. It's going to be a long day if you don't have a running game. And I'm clear. We've been saying it, Lewis and guys. From week 1, this team needed to establish a running game.
Yep, and I'm disappointed in this game, and I'm not gonna let myself sit back and say, well, we shouldn't really be here at 6-4. So I guess it's okay that we lost. Like here's my thing, and this is what you guys are saying about the expectations. I get it, right? Playoffs weren't the expectations. It wasn't. I didn't think it was the expectation coming into it. I didn't expect Tua to be in the game already, right? But you have done enough to show me what this team can do. Today, you did something wrong. I'm not going to say, you know what, it's a loss. We're 6-4. We shouldn't be here. It's fine. No, you need to figure out what that is, because someone else is going to exploit that either this year or next if you keep coming with this. To me, the expectations have evolved, and I do expect playoffs at this point, because you put out a team that you thought was going to win games. They were winning games, and they were playing a lot better than they did today. So I'm coming away from this saying you need to do something. You need to change something on the offensive line or the defensive line. Maybe it's as simple as getting Wilkins back, but something has to change. And my expectations are staying where they were before this game. I still expect playoffs. If we tank from here on out and everything goes poorly and some major injuries come our way, fine. Things can change just like they did from the start of the season to now. But right now I'm still expecting playoffs. And if we don't get there, I'm going to look at Flores and say, what happened? Because you lost your grip.
Michael, quick question to you, and I'll let others talk. Are your expectations only that because you see how good the defense can be?
The offense played well enough that we hung in there with Arizona.
Yeah, but you still haven't established.
We didn't even hang it. We competed. There was no.
Yeah, we hung it with Arizona and we won.
Well, let's be fair. The difference was a defensive touchdown.
I mean, sure.
It changes everything. They would have got the ball.
In the playoff, you can't rely on your defense to be scoring like that, right?
Right.
or blocked punt for a touchdown.
But what I'm saying is I'm expecting to make it to the playoffs.
Once
we make it to the playoffs, it is what it is. But I expect us to make it there.
Colts won in overtime.
Yeah, Rodrigo Blankenship just drilled essentially a 40-yarder.
We should be tied with them.
At this point, I do also expect them to make the playoffs. I know you obviously expect them to make the playoffs. What about the rest of y'all?
Things got a little, I was about to comment on that. Things just got a little bit harder with that Colts win. As it stands, the AFC is just, right now it's crazy. Steelers, Chiefs top, but of course Chiefs won't get a bye with the new system in the NFL.
Be honest here, the Steelers are not really an undefeated greatest team, man.
The Steelers are going to lose in the playoffs. Their offense and defense is going to hold up. But Bills, Colts, Titans, Browns, all with 7-3 records. You need the Raiders to lose. Huh?
None of those teams that you just named scare me.
No, I'm just saying right now we need the Raiders to lose. If not, the path just gets a lot harder. It's just, the Browns have pretty much essentially a kind of a cupcake schedule left. They'll play the Jaguars next week, and unless they do a Browns thing, they'll win. Then they have the Titans, then it's Ravens, and then they have the Steelers last week of the season. Raiders kind of a similar situation.
They're done. That's 3 games. Yes.
I'm sure there's some Browns podcasts out there that say, well, the Dolphins have an easy schedule. They're gonna beat the Broncos unless they pull the Dolphins. And here we are.
You really want the Raiders to lose tonight against the Chiefs. They had the Chiefs number in the first game. Who knows what's gonna happen tonight?
Chiefs.
But
we had our path
really
in our
need
hands.
them to lose.
We had our
them
path
to lose.
We had it in our hands and we let it go.
If you look at the rest of the schedule,
look,
you look at Kansas City. You could understand if they lose that game at home, and in Buffalo, you could understand if that happened. But ultimately, I looked at the schedule before today, and I saw 1, maybe 2 losses on the schedule, and that goes back to the expectation.
Yeah,
my expectations are different now, and I still think Tua will figure it out. But they need to, like I said, I think this is very much in the mold of the Seattle Russell Wilson year 1 without Marshawn, which is.
I wanted to mention that
they never asked him to cook year 1. He wasn't cook. Go out, manage the game, make smart decisions, get out of the pocket of. What do we know him for?
And financially, this is how it goes. You can't afford an amazing defense and an amazing quarterback.
When he gets paid, it will
pay for both. So
exactly.
you have to give him the defense and everything else now, so that when he becomes that elite guy who wins you games by himself, you don't have to worry about paying everybody else because you're fine, right? So right now, everybody else needs to perform. I'm not blaming Tua for this game. I'm just not. He played bad, but I don't think it's on him.
The question was not about whether we blame Tua or not. If anything, the offensive line has a lot more to be blamed on than that. But we also can't pretend that it wasn't that Tua would have been amazing if there had been better blocking. Okay, he did feel rattled. He looked uncomfortable. He looked distinctly like he didn't know what he was doing out there.
But also teams that are looking at tape and they're figuring out how to make him uncomfortable. And look, the Broncos are beat up on defense. They're not the same Broncos on defense, but they've been all right. They don't know Von Miller, but these aren't.
Chubb's a guy.
They had just Bradley Chubb. So.
Right, this guy, so we're not playing against
Justin
teams
Simmons.
that aren't watching tape. They're going to figure it out. And if we're realistic, year 2, he will figure out how to counter that. And that's the difference. What happens next year?
Just to quickly touch on that Russell Wilson team that year, Marshawn Lynch ran for essentially 1,600 yards. He was a first-team All-Pro. The top receiver for Russ that season was Sidney Rice with 748 yards.
Good old Sidney Rice.
He did have 7 touchdowns, and so did Golden Tate. But that was his top target.
We don't have a rushing game. Right,
they're loading the box on Marshawn, and he can do it. But Tua doesn't have that, so it's impossible to compare. I think until they fill the roster with playmakers, how is it fair to judge him as a rookie, man? Like they put him in, and it's great to see what he can do. But
I sit here and I'm like, man, if we had gotten that Le'Veon Bell signing,
right, and he's sitting out there doing nothing.
But what is he doing? He's doing nothing right now.
I don't know. Off the bye, I think he does something. Off the bye, I think Andy Reid gets something going for him.
Yeah, I think he gets going, and either way, he's sitting for a ring. That's what he's there for.
Right. Why they pay him to do nothing? That doesn't make sense.
Also, that Seattle defense. I mean, just Earl Thomas, Cam Chancellor, Brandon Browner when he was playing well, Richard Sherman, KJ Wright,
Yo, wait, what are
Bobby
you talking
Wagner.
about? What are you talking about? Nick Needham, Malcolm Perry, guy. Come on.
Look, even
Jamal
today,
Perry?
okay, but let's
Jamal Perry. Yeah,
let's be real.
That
here,
guy
though.
that does splits.
Even today, like Nick Needham had a couple of things that did not go his way, but even today, and I think since week 1, and Michael, you tweeted it from the 5 Reasons fans Twitter as well. The Nick Needham has been improving, and we didn't like this week wasn't like the Cardinals week where we were saying, "Goddamn Byron Jones, goddamn Xavier Howard." Like the Broncos beat us. Like
they got
that's
open
just
on
what
a
it
few
is.
plays, and it was what it was.
The Broncos beat us, and that's what it is. And at the end of the day, like we're all going to be upset. Our expectations have risen from week 3, and that's why I keep going back to it. But it's the truth. Since that week 3 Thursday night post game against the Jaguars. The 3 of us, me, like myself, Michael, Lewis, we were saying, all right, this isn't the year. You beat the Jaguars. You should have beat the Jaguars. If you lost it, that would have been a shame. Now it's just when you put Tua in, let's keep, look towards the rest of the season. Now those expectations have changed going into week 12. The expectations are you are going to make the playoffs if you continue to win some of the games that you need to. You finally got brought back down to earth after the 5-game winning streak. Let's see how you adjust. The Jets game, it's nothing. The Bengals game, probably again is nothing. Let's see how you adjust. And ultimately, the test of if they can even compete in the playoffs or if they're even a quote-unquote playoff team this year is against the Chiefs. If they get absolutely blown out by the Chiefs, there's no point to even talk about going to the playoffs.
Yeah, but a lot of teams that get blown out by the Chiefs. Like, I can't.
Yeah,
I
but
can't give
if you
them
get
on that.
absolutely
How it
blown
happens,
out, like
right, how it
yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Lewis looks like he's raring to go.
No, all I'm gonna say is that if the idea is to get Tua weapons, then that means are we doing a complete?
Now he wants them to tank. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god! I'm messing.
Because Lewis now tries to get something that we said, like Taco said, more weapons. And he makes sense. If we're trying to get a top wideout or a top running back, speaking logistically, how in the heck are we doing that if we're trying to make the playoffs?
The Texans.
You knew what I was.
The Texans.
I know.
Although right now that Texans
Let me get more specific here. Let me get more specific. You guys put words in my mouth. Don't do that to me.
That's the fun part.
Yeah, I know. That's the joy of being the Skip Bayless of 5 Reasons. Anyway.
There we go.
Oh, don't do that to yourself.
Whatever.
No, don't do that to yourself, Lewis. Don't. Yeah. You know way more than he does. Don't do that to yourself.
Okay.
So
what I was gonna say is that if the idea is to get to more weapons, then what we need then are we're gonna have to overhaul the offense because the guys that we have right now do not cut it. Aside from maybe Jakeem Grant and maybe Antonio Callaway, which means that are you gonna try to trade Parker? Are you going to release Preston Williams? Are you going to move on from Mike Gesicki to find a different tight end? Are you what exactly is the plan here? And what after we do that, assuming that is what we do, who are you getting to replace these guys? Are you looking for is Jamar Chase that guy who can rush and get away from guys and create all the separation in the world that Tua needs? Are they going to be trying to trade for players that can be what Tua needs for them? And not only that, This is the same discussion we had back when Tannehill was the quarterback. We got Mike Wallace as a weapon. We got Brandon Gibson as weapons everywhere. And all of it meant nothing because there was no blocking up front whatsoever. So, again, how are you fixing the offense? If just off the top of your head, what kind of a offseason plan are you making to give Tua the offense that functions for him?
I mean, we're talking about Mike Wallace, I think what the Dolphins have been lacking for a long time was the Brent. No, I get it. I'm saying that when we had Brandon Marshall, right? To me, that was the type of guy.
That's Parker,
right? Well, but he was never what he was supposed to be because of the Dolphins. I mean, he disappeared. To me, and I know you're saying it's Parker. We need that generational guy. Is what I'm saying. And if there is that guy in the draft.
Or on the market.
Right. I don't know who it is. I'm not a college guy. I know the names, but at the end of the day, give him the guy who he can throw the ball up to, and he thinks is going to go get. Maybe there's not a DeAndre Hopkins, but get someone who he feels like is a DeAndre Hopkins to Kyler Murray.
But I feel like it can be. I think what's nice is you have 2 places where you can do that. You need to find the generational talent either as a wide receiver or as a running back. You need to get him one of the two. I do think he can make do with receivers that aren't necessarily game breakers, but are fast and can get open, right? You need something, though. You need something on offense that terrifies other defenses, and there's nothing right now in our arsenal that does that, right?
But there are a lot of offenses that don't have that, and they still manage to function.
I think
But those offenses
Right, but this is the second year of a rebuild. Like
no, and those offenses probably have a generational talent at quarterback.
Right, and to me, the running back, and I get it. Like I've gone back and forth. What would I rather them have? Because that's the big question. You take a running back, you take a wide receiver. Okay, I get it, and that's why I go back to the Marshawn Lynch thing. Right, if we had a Marshawn Lynch, that's why it's harder. Are we talking short term or are we talking long term? Because long term, probably the receiver. Where short term, you're spending a high pick on a running back who might stick around for 340. So that part of it's hard, and to me with. They made it work with Gaskin. They made it work with Salvin. I mean, I don't know that they need a first-round running back to put in this offense once everything else is working.
They need people who can open up holes. And that's what I was saying. I said this way earlier in the postgame show. I'm sick of our big fat guys being worse than the other team's big fat guys on both sides of the football. No matter what we do, no matter how we try to fix it, it seems that our big people are not as powerful or as technique sound as the other teams.
They're more top heavy than bottom heavy. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it doesn't seem to matter who we plug in, who we try to throw in there. There's never penetration on defense. There's never push up front on offense. And we've been doing this for over a decade. This is the
best I've felt in 20 years, man. This is the
best. Yeah, this is the best offensive line I've seen for a long time. Other than that one year we had Brandon Albert.
No, it's the very sad part, and I've said it's confusing as a Dolphins fan and a Heat fan because I know how to be a fan of a winning team. This is confusing to me when they were winning, and I don't. It's like I don't want to open my heart up almost, I know they're going to break it, but I'm getting to the point where I actually don't think they're going to break it.
I think that's the best way to round us out as well.
There you go.
Lewis, if you want to take us home.
I think that next week we'll have to try and see what they come up with. Again, the Jets should be. I don't think if anybody tries to say that the Jets are going to beat the Dolphins next week, I think that they will be on something. I need you to come back with your tacos because it's very important that we have our tacos next week. I'm going to be bringing tacos next week, just so everybody knows, because these Jets, I thought the Dolphins were going to win big today. I really did. If the Dolphins don't win big against these Jets, then we have to start looking at them with a real question mark because, what happened? You guys were doing so good, and now all of a sudden everything has fallen to pieces.
It's got to be double digits, something 20. I mean,
Stop putting the negative energy into the world, guys, like I did when I said Fitzpatrick was going to
it's your fault, Kai. It's your fault. You did it. You were the one saying the whole game long, don't put that negative energy. Don't put that negative energy. And then you were the one of all the people who was the most negative at the end.
You gotta let go, man. And that's what I said to someone today. I said, honestly, I'm trying my best to let go of what I've been for 20 years. It's hard. You got to cut ties with the person and it's like being a Cubs fan. Eliminated?
No, they got eliminated
from the playoffs.
Okay, fine. When you say Gase eliminated, I think, he got fired. Finally, what took so long?
Never. Man, I need to eat, guys.
Yeah, all right. So this is all send off.
I got some tacos. You want some tacos?
I need to eat, bro. What do you?
I've been trying to help.
I've been here with you the whole time.
Reasons longevity person.
Tacos,
bro. I've been here with you the whole time, Manny.
I'm gonna go get tacos now just because of that.
You need to save it for next week. Everybody needs to bring tacos next week.
For
the pregame show, everybody needs to bring tacos.
What time is the game next week?
1
o'clock game.
We finally have a 1 o'clock game.
Wow. Time, man. About damn time. It's been 4 straight weeks.
All right, folks. Until next time.